Wednesday, June 2026, at 9:30. Commissioner Lyons will be joining us. This meeting of the County Board of Regional Commissioners will be conducted in accordance with applicable laws. Those who wish to participate may do so either in person or by accessing the meeting via Microsoft Teams, or they might view the meeting via a live broadcast on YouTube. And all the information on how to access that is on our website at capecod.gov. I am going to suspend with any the Pledge of Allegiance or moment of silence. I'll do that when we come out into public session, but we are going to go into executive session, and my expectation is that we will be back here in public session at approximately 10 a.m. So what I would like to do in that is the item on the agenda that relates to executive session is our first item of business. Executive session is a discussion pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21, subsection A6, to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of the following real property for which an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the board as declared by the chair. And I so declare that such a discussion in open session will have a detrimental effect. And the topic is obviously Children's Cove, the Cape and Islands Child Advocacy Center. And then after that discussion, we'll be also discussing the review and approval and release of executive session minutes. And now I have a draft motion here, and I think it's appropriate that as the chairman, I'm going to look for guidance from our clerk. So I'm going to make the following motion to go into executive session. I move to enter into executive session at approximately 9:34, pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21, A6, to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of the following real property for which an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the board as declared by the chair. And I have made such a declaration. Children's Cove, the Cape and Islands Advocacy Center, and for discussion pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law or federal grant and aid requirements, approval and or the release of executive session meeting minutes pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 22F. Executive session meetings, review, approval, and or the release of executive session meeting minutes for approval of the December 17th, 2025 executive session meeting minutes, and to review for release the August 7th, 2019, August 14th, 2019, December 22nd, 2021, March 16th, 2022, March 23rd, 2022, February 14th, 2024, and December 17th, 2025 executive session meeting minutes, and to return into open session at approximately 10 a.m.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, did we get that right? Do I need to clarify? It's all perfect. Okay, so you'll second that. So I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Commissioner Bergstrom.
Commissioner Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Forrest votes aye as well. So we are now in executive session. And I'm calling the meeting to order. And thank you all for being patient with us. I'm going to take an item out of turn here. What I'd like to do is ask everyone to join us in a pledge of allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on our agenda is I'm asking you to join us in a brief moment of silence to reflect on the bravery and the sacrifices of all those who have put their lives on the line in service to our country. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, I understand we have Senator Dylan Fernandez with us. Can we bring Senator Fernandez up on the screen? We've invited Senator Fernandez to join us to update on his efforts to revise local aid funding. Senator, can you hear us? Good
Hey,
morning.
Commissioner, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're looking good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, always an honor to be with you. I don't want to be too long, but because we're actually headed into caucus, but wanted to and really appreciate you extending the invitation to talk about an issue that's really important to the towns in Barnstable County and really towns across the Commonwealth, which is how local aid is distributed. And, in the past 2 years, we've seen over 130 overrides in municipalities across the Commonwealth. So communities are really struggling with balancing budgets. We've seen a really large uptick, and a lot of this, as you commissioners know, has to do with the increased cost to healthcare, which a lot of communities are really struggling with. But in looking at all of these overrides and looking at some of the proposed cuts, and this is really prevalent actually on the other half of my district in the South Shore. Luckily, the Cape, which does face, towns are facing some budget constraints, but not as bad as some areas in the Commonwealth. We took a look into, well, how is this local aid actually distributed? And there's a couple forms of local aid, as there's certain ways that the state funds people, or funds communities. Of course, there's the Chapter 70 for education formula. There's Chapter 90 for roads and bridges formula. There's types of fees that communities can implement, and then there's something called UGA, or unrestricted general government aid, which is basically a blank check that the state gives to communities that they can do whatever they want with that money based upon their needs. So they can use that to fund fire departments, police departments, schools, roads and bridges, you name whatever kind of issue is most central and most impactful and most needed, they can use that allocation from the state to fund those necessary services. And so we took a look into this formula, and it turned out that there actually isn't even a formula in place. So this is something, unrestricted government aid formula is something that was kind of established in a combination of two different formulas, one being the piece that the state gave back to communities based upon scratch tickets and other type of lottery sales, and the other being a smaller bucket around historic government aid that the state used to distribute to towns. They combined both of these formulas, and then they actually froze this in place and 2010. And so any allocation or any increase in unrestricted government aid is actually based upon what the community received the previous year, and not upon any need, not upon a series of variables based upon population or town size or ability to pay for services, not based upon what you would think an actual formula would be based upon, just based upon what the community got the previous year. And so the kind of results of this are actually quite predictable, in that a lot has changed in the past 16 years. And so communities that look quite similar on paper now receive wildly disparate forms of unrestricted government aid. So I'll give you an example of a couple communities in my district on the Cape. If you look at Medfield and Mashpee, they both have about 14,000 residents. Medfield actually has a per capita income of over 110,000, which is double Mashpee's per capita income. And despite having more wealth to draw from and the same population size, Medfield received $1.8 million in state aid, which is 4 times what Mashpee received, and $450,000 in state aid. Want to give you an example around Bourne and Newburyport. I think this is particularly interesting because both are coastal communities. Both have a tourism industry that's quite prevalent and is kind of, that part of the state quite similar to the Cape, being coastal and tourist based. And so Bourne and Newburyport both have pretty much the exact same population as well. Their citizens, their residents earn comparable amounts of income. They're basically the same size, yet Newburyport received $3.3 million in unrestricted government aid to Bourne's $1.8 million. And this is even more distressing when you find out that they actually both have pretty much the exact same property wealth per person as well. So on paper, pretty much identical communities, but one receiving double the other. And so our region is getting a really raw deal when it comes to this formula, and a lot of other regions in the state see these disparities as well. So you look at Somerville and Chilmark, Massachusetts. This might be the greatest disparity in UGA funding. Chilmark, of course, an incredibly wealthy community, receives $4 per person in terms of UGA funding. Somerville, not as wealthy as Chilmark, but actually quite a wealthy community in the Commonwealth now, receives $400 per person. And so while it makes sense for Somerville to receive more on a per capita basis than Chilmark, because Chilmark is considerably more wealthy, it's not 100 times wealthier. So these disparities are really glaring. They're a real problem, particularly as our communities are facing budget constraints. And so what we did is we filed a commission to remake this formula. And we did this, around, based upon actual variables around what a community actually needs to meet services for its residents, and other types of really important factors that play into making sure that communities get the state support they need to balance their budgets. And so I'm really pleased to support that this was supported unanimously by my Senate colleagues. The Senate's really been a leader on this in getting this legislation passed in the Senate budget. So now this moves and the House already did their budget. So now this moves to a reconciliation process. And we're really pushing for this to be included in the final version of the budget, because no community should, have to look at cutting teachers, cutting back on public safety, reducing support for roads and bridges because of an outdated, unjust, unfair funding formula.
Excellent.
So that's
Great.
that's kind of the gist of the update. I don't know if folks have questions about that.
We do have questions. First of all, before we get to the questions, though, I just
Go
want to
ahead.
commend you, Senator, for taking a leadership role in sort of addressing this issue. We've talked about it off and on over the years on Cape Cod and how badly we've been hurt with local aid, and to see you take a leadership role in pushing for change is both something that is to be applauded, and it's refreshing, quite frankly. So we want to be as helpful as we can to you. We've done our own report that basically it's in draft form. It's getting reviewed with other town administrators, other local officials to get some input on it. We certainly welcome any comments that you might have on this report before we finalize it. But we definitely want to be helpful to you in your efforts. And we have a motion later on after we're done discussing this to sort of weigh in support of what you're doing. But before we get to that motion, let me invite the commissioners to weigh in. Commissioner Lyons.
Yeah, well, Mark is sort of touching on it. Thank you, Dylan, for bringing this up, Senator Hernandez. And what is it? What can we do? What can the towns do to help support this and make sure that it's paid attention to and gets through, and ultimately helps these towns?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Lyons. I think one thing that could be helpful here is, the conference committee has been appointed for the House and Senate budget negotiators. I think it could make sense for the commissioners to send a letter to the conferees there, and our staff would be happy to follow up with who those members are.
That would be
advocating,
great.
happy to do that, and advocating for this to make it into the final version, the compromise version of the budget, which will be decided sometime in the next 3 weeks. So my staff will follow up with the names and addresses and how to move forward with that. That'd be helpful.
great.
Thank you.
Good.
That's good.
Commissioner Bergstrom.
Yeah, Senator, first of all, I'll do anything I can to bring more money down to towns on the Cape. And we had this discussion with the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen when we had our meeting there. And the issue that I had at the time was that, given that the legislature will appropriate a certain amount of money for unrestricted local aid, if we change the formula so that some towns will get more, it makes sense that some towns are going to get less, which means that your colleagues, some of your colleagues who are on the wrong end of that legislation will, of course, not want to support it. So, which I think is probably why they haven't touched the formula now in 16 years. Do you really think that we can make a strong enough case to the legislature to adjust the formula, even though it's understood that some towns are going to be on the wrong end of it, are going to wind up getting less?
Yeah, well, I mean, the amendment passed unanimously, so 40-0, bipartisan support for it. The leader of the Republicans in the Senate joined me on the floor and speaking out in favor of this legislation. The senator from Worcester joined me as well. Of course, I represent more rural communities. So not only is this bipartisan, we actually see kind of this rural urban support for it as well, that oftentimes less things in the legislature are less differences of opinion are not actually partisan. They're actually more kind of urban rural in terms of divide. And we saw that there's broad acceptance and agreement, especially given that we've seen 130 overrides in the last 2 years. That's basically a third of the Commonwealth. I think over a third of the Commonwealth, actually. That this is something that really needs to be addressed. And you look at this, it makes no sense. This formula isn't even a formula, and so communities are really hurting. And I think that this is something we can absolutely get done. And the overwhelming support for it across party lines, across geographic divides, on the Senate side, gives me a lot of hope on being able to do it. And then, of course, this doesn't bake into legislation exactly what that formula is. It creates a commission to look at these different factors the communities need to establish a formula, and there'll be needed and good debate about what that actually looks like.
Yeah, just one quick comment. I appreciate what you're doing, and I say I'll support changing the formula to help to advantage the Thames and the Cape, but it doesn't touch, unfortunately, the underlying problem, which is the expenses that the towns are facing are increasing expenses are much greater than their ability to raise revenue under Proposition 2.5. And that's not going to change. Changing the formula to advantage some towns, give them a little more money, may buy them some time, but ultimately down the road, that money is going to be eaten up by expenses in healthcare and other increased expenses. So until we as a Commonwealth, address that issue, the increase in expenses beyond what we have the ability to raise revenue, we're going to be back here in a couple more years. I know that's not your issue, but it is something I've had to deal with, and I know my colleagues have had to deal with it in their towns.
Yeah.
So.
No, thank you, Commissioner. Senator, we know you're pressed for time. Once again, we very much appreciate everything that you're doing on this issue. We look forward to working with you and getting to the conferees, and also urging our select boards and town managers as well to weigh in on this. We'll be talking about this on Friday at our Cape and Islands Municipal Leaders Association meeting. We have our annual meeting on Friday. We'll be bringing it up there and urging people to weigh in support of your efforts. So once again, thank you so much for everything that you're doing.
The lead on that, yep.
And we very much look forward to working with you and making a local aid formula that actually makes sense and based on need would be a wonderful achievement, I think. So once
thank
again,
you all. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your support in this effort, and really joining and always working to bring more resources back to Cape Cod. I really appreciate our partnership. So thank you again for having me, and looking forward to working with you on this.
Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work, Senator.
Take
In a
care.
lot of different areas.
All right, have a great day. Going. All right, folks. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to take item 6, is it 9I out of order from our agenda, since we're on this topic of we set the agenda before we knew Senator Fernandez couldn't join us. So we put this item on the agenda. So item I, can I have a motion on?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move to authorize the county administrator to draft and send a letter to the state legislators urging support for Senator Dylan Fernandez's proposal for commission to revise local aid formula.
Second.
Okay, and I'd like to make an amendment on that in addition to that, we also reach out to our conferees, a letter from the county commissioners to the conferees, and we'll be getting those names soon enough.
Yes.
All right, is that okay?
As amended.
Okay. And I amend my second.
Okay, good. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It carries unanimously. All right, now we can get back to our regular routine. Sorry about that.
Scheduled.
Yeah, but we are now on item public comment. Do we have anybody here wishing to make a public comment? Do we have anybody online wishing to make a public comment? Okay, the next item on the agenda is a communication, an opportunity to meet with our leadership from the Assembly of Delegates, and I see Susan Warner here. is here. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for having me. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I've learned that.
No, this opportunity to connect with Senator Fernandez sort of came up at the last minute.
No, that's great.
And, and as you know, sometimes.
I was happy to be here for that.
Yeah, but it's always great to see you.
What I'd like to just bring you up to speed on today is an ordinance that is currently in committee, in the standing committee for telecommunications and energy, which is chaired by Jim Killian. The ordinance was initially presented by Dan Gessen and 6 other delegates who felt that this was something that could be looked at by the county as a possibility to support. Initially, it was brought before the assembly and it was referred to committee after we had a public hearing, and we kind of got a mixed review in public hearing, you know, not a clear for, not a clear against. And we also added, as a result of Chairman Killian's concerns, we reached out to Eversource and are asking them to come and do a presentation for us and let us know if there is anything that exists currently for establishing or already established a power outage resiliency fund. And then we also took the time to talk with Administrator Dutton and got quite a few questions answered regarding how it would affect the administrative level of the county, and that was very, very helpful. And there are a couple of legal questions that we have that we're trying to get resolved. So it's still in committee. It will stay in committee till the committee is comfortable to make a recommendation to the assembly. Basically what this is ordinance 2026-14. You have it electronically, and at the end of this presentation, Clerk
Owen was kind enough to give us copies.
Yeah. Okay. You got your
Yeah,
copies. Okay.
We've got them in front of us.
And you have, great.
Yeah.
So what the provisions for the ordinance are, is to establish a fund that would create a power outage resiliency fund, like a revolving loan fund designed to be self-sustaining through loan repayments and interest. Applicants would be limited to natural persons who own and occupy a residency in Barnstable County as their year-round primary residence. Authorized uses would include purchase and installation of backup generators or battery storage systems, including electrical upgrades, transfer switches, and associated retrofits. The maximum amount each person could apply for would be $5,000. The maximum term would be 10, and the interest rate would be capped at 1% above the federal prime rate per annum. The default penalty would be late fees and interest on past due amounts capped at 10%. So the ordinance itself proposes a $65,000 pilot program to determine whether this has any interest or not. The administrator would be managing the fund and establishing underwriting criteria. And then once at the end of the year, there would be a report that would be generated to the commissioners and to the assembly about what has transpired through it. We did a background and analysis. And this ordinance came as a result of the season we had this winter. There were many people who had generators who were successful using them. There were many people who had battery operated or generators that were not successful in using them. They didn't work at the time they needed them for a variety of different reasons. In spite of them having a program that would have them checked at different times during the year, and there are a lot of people who just can't afford them. So this would give a little bit of seed money. The arguments that were presented both in the assembly and at the committee meeting was proactive versus reactive spending. It provides a proactive alternative recurring emergency spending, aiming to offset the millions of dollars spent by the regional government towns on warming shelters during prolonged outages. It would assist vulnerable residents, especially older residents and those on fixed income. It's designed to help pay back to paycheck residents with otherwise cannot afford the upfront costs in backup power. And then there's a climate preparedness, grant competitiveness, and a number of other arguments that were brought before, and whether it was a worthwhile pilot. There were some who thought 65,000 was reasonable, and there were others who did not. Interesting perspectives. So the arguments against the ordinance were structural operating deficits. It'll never achieve operational self-sufficiency under any scenario. We were lucky to have the finance director run a program for us and look at all the possible scenarios, and it did not come out favorable. Opportunity cost, funding the program diverts money from the regional government's reserve funds, and at an assumed 4.5% reserve return rate, the regional growth foregoers and investment earnings annually for 65,000 appropriated. The results is not a net financial cost to the regional government. An insufficient loan cap versus reach. Many thought the loan of $5,000 was very small. And environmental and equity concerns, arguing the program could foster more fossil fuel use, and that was not something a county wanted to adopt. Furthermore, battery storage options cost an estimated $15,000 to $25,000 and are likely to financially be unviable for low-income residents. And then, of course, the administrative burden. The Assembly did run on the 20th, did run a public hearing and received some feedback on that. And so at this point, it's in committee. We have reached to Eversource, and they are looking at what they might be able to come in and give us a presentation of what, if anything, they have or what they might be willing to look at. And so the fiscal impact, this is just the end of it, and I speak quickly, so I hope I'm in.
No, you're doing great.
The fiscal impact, which really looks at all the things, once we looked at it after we thought, oh yeah, this is great, and then looked at the back end of it where all of these other factors really need to be investigated to determine whether it is really great. And the fiscal impact, the direct costs, the Director of Finance recommends structuring the pilot with a 5-year loan term, which would minimize the regional government's total capital investment to $325,000 to achieve capital self-sufficiency by year 5. Big difference than 65,000, I think. Revenue impacts generates ongoing revenue through interest applied to the loans, capped at 1%. Additional revenue would be collected via fees and interest on past due amounts, which are capped at 10 per year. Funding source and self-sufficiency limits. 65,000 appropriation is drawn entirely from the regional government general fund unreserved fund balance, while the fund operates as a revolving resource and can achieve capital self-sufficiency. It can never achieve operational self-sufficiency. And administrative costs. The analysis identified it as a structural operating deficit, and they would not be fully, administrative costs would not be fully supported by the interest that could be earned by the program. And opportunity cost for the fund carries an ongoing opportunity cost based on assumed reserve earnings of 4.5% each. And then, of course, the capacity augmentation. We have achieved certain things in the committee already, and we're waiting, as I said, on the Eversource to give us a time that they're going to come in and present to the, and we haven't determined yet whether that will be to the assembly or to the committee directly, and for some of the other legal questions and things to be answered. But this gives you a good overview of where we have come in the assembly as to how we look at things that come to us. It's not simply by saying, "Oh, we love it," or "No, we hate it." And I have found in the course of these kinds of investigations that I start thinking maybe I don't like it, and then after I get a lot more data at the back end of it, I find that this does have a viability that I would support. So we do it with most every ordinance, and it is, the standing committees have become a very big operational part of the assembly, and they have done a really good job at taking these in and asking the hard questions, and hopefully that reflects on the decisions that we've made thus far. If you have any questions, I can try and answer them. Otherwise, I will let you get to your huge crowd behind me.
We're glad you're here.
Yeah,
We are.
glad you're here.
We're very glad. Commissioner Berg.
Yeah, assuming you seem to have the numbers and how it works and what it costs and so on, so I'm not going to get into that. I mean, I appreciate what you've done. It brings up a bigger question. Do we as a county subsidize the personal expenses for various reasons of people on the pen? And we do that already with the Aqua Fund.
Right.
We do that. So that's not a barrier, There's also been suggestions that we cover childcare and stuff. So we have to ask how far the county wants to go down that road of subsidizing it. But I mean, we're a service agency, so that's not a block. Now, I know Chairman Killian, who is very tough with the numbers. He's a good man with a pencil when it comes to expenditures. So I'm anxious to see what he and his committee will come up with. And I'm anxious, and you come back to us, and then I'll give it I personally will give it a good look. Obviously, we have to worry about, after the last winter, people were without power for quite a while, and it was a real burden on them. So anyway, good luck with that, and hopefully you can get not just a close vote, but a consensus to come to us with the ordinance.
Just so you know, we are in consult with the attorney about, is a loan something that the county really wants to get into with this kind of a program, and some other questions that she's looking at right now, and will get back to us on.
I had occasion on another to ask the finance director what we get on the money that's currently in our various accounts. And it comes to about 3.2, I think, some percent. So, if we were to recover that, that's fine. If it's less, well, how much less? Maybe it's not a big difference, but that's it's not that the liability to the county is going to be the overriding factor, because like I say, we're a service agency. We like to do things for people, but at least we're going to have those numbers. It sounds like you're going to get those numbers.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for all the work.
You're welcome.
Put into this. So, I think it's a great idea. I do want to look at what is out there available for people.
Right.
That you might be duplicating.
And there could be something we could get together with and cut our costs and make it much more available to more residents. But we're in just that investigative stage right now.
Okay. It sounds great.
One of the things that I'm interested in, Susan, is the legal authority. I know municipalities sometimes, I think in some cases, they have the ability from the legislature, they've been given the power to assist in financing energy related purchases for homeowners. But I'm interested in, as you do your research, what state statute authorizes counties to do this. When we went through the Aqua Fund, we had to make sure that we were sufficiently enabled legislatively in getting permission from the legislature. The Aqua Fund is actually our version of what is going on in other towns around the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth has the statute that allows municipalities to do much of what we do. And so that program operates under the framework of a state law and state legislation. So typically when we craft a program like this, we're looking at what the state law is and what are the prescriptive components and compliance requirements under state law that need to be baked in to the management of the program. So I think when this comes back to us, again, for more discussion, I think these are the things that we're going to be looking for is where's the state law authorizing counties to even do this or think about it? What is the state law? Does it lay out a framework, a series of administrative burdens and other requirements that will have to be baked into the administrator program? And those should obviously be cited and referenced in any kind of draft ordinance. And so as you're revising the ordinance, you might want to look at how that fits in. And then the separate issues relate to the financing, the money. And I think it would be of interest to Eversource to participate in something, particularly if it targets where the need is the greatest, right? It may very well be, we're not going to solve everybody's problem, but if there's a way to target it, to focus on those most in need. For example, there may be people in the community that have a serious health problem, health issue, right? Where an interruption of power could be life or death, or could raise a serious health complication. It may very well be that with the limited resources that can be assembled for something like this, it may very well be that there needs to be a target and a focus on health. I know that when we were going through the last blizzard, we spent a lot of time talking about power and generators, the ones that worked, the ones that didn't, the ones that needed, something.
Yeah.
So it is a legitimate area for discussion, and I think collaboration and policy making. But where I begin in this discussion is okay, we're creatures of the state, we're political subdivisions of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth defines what we can and can't do,
Right.
what we can say yes to, what we have to say no to. And so that's where I think we need to spend a little more time, if we could.
Terrific.
All right, Ron?
I was just going to say that if more people had generators, that would be a net, not only would help them, but it'd be a net savings to the towns and also to the EMT, the EMTs and to the county, in the sense that we wouldn't have to go through what we just went through. There's an expense to that. We were prepared for it, but nonetheless, there's a lot of organization and a lot of need involved in dealing with people who are out of power for more than a few days. So I think, I don't know. Well, I don't have a generator, so I'm not speaking it, but it would help.
And even with that, we had generators that failed at schools and that sort of thing. So, Eastham opened and then it had to close because the generator went off. So there's a need all around, but I do think that there is an overall benefit to as you say. People, we wouldn't have to be worrying about the logistics of people being safe, being warm in a storm.
One of the things that the county has to put together is, and we're discussing some of this later on today, in terms of how do we stand up an emergency management program and develop a plan where we actually have a team, a committee, and folks that are actually looking at this and revising the plan and updating the plan, and where something like this, we can make sure that it fits in. So that's something that needs to happen in parallel, but that's another conversation we want to have with you folks.
So we're looking at with this ordinance, possibility of a $5,000 loan. The finance director recommended a 5-year loan. So I'm talking about $1,000 a year plus interest, which is not nothing, for people who live on fixed incomes.
But she was, to her credit, we've all been talking about finances and long-term finances and how do we, because we've been telling department heads that we're gonna have to find ways to shrink significantly because as you know, our costs are going up ahead of the revenue stream. And so we're gonna be hitting some difficult decisions in the next couple of fiscal years. And so we're trying to figure out how do we limit future expenditures. So I'm glad she brought that up. So it would have to fit in the context of that as well. But like I said, it's a worthy discussion, particularly if we're targeting the assistance to people most in need, or to some degree their health, their life. It's a matter of life and death, because I think that's where the county really showed that in collaboration with the towns, our whole emergency response during the last blizzard, we helped a lot of people
Mhm.
in really deep trouble.
Just one more thing, Mark.
Okay.
You know that in Chatham has voted to cover the cost of grinder pumps, people put in sewer, so it goes town by town, some towns do, sometimes don't. I'd be curious to see whether the towns themselves would be interested in joining in this program. I know they're just under the gun financially as we are, but it benefits them directly because they're the ones that have to respond to people who don't have power and need to be moved and so on. So we'll make this, if we have to, we can reach out.
Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you, Susan.
Thank you very much.
Great to see
So good
you.
to see you.
Good to see you too.
To be continued.
Enjoy this
Yes.
weather. It's gonna be
Yes.
nice here today.
All right. The next item on our agenda, number 8A, is it says 2 Hyannis PFAS group, the HPG updates discussion. Chris Bawicki, Betsy Young, Rachel Youngling, Linda Bollinger. Is Linda joining us by?
Linda's, I'm not sure. if she's
I
gonna
don't
be
believe she's joining us
available
today.
electronically,
Yeah.
but thank you for recognizing
Then we
it.
It's good to see you. I didn't recognize you out there when I ran through it, so I thought.
That's okay.
Stop for a
I
second.
can get a hug later.
Good to you. How are you? All is good?
All is good, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, Chris, to introduce everybody, so for the record and for folks at home.
I'll let everybody introduce themselves if that's okay.
Go ahead.
I am Betsy Young. I am a board member of the Greater Hyannis Civic Association, and we are the administrators of the grants that we get through the state, the DEP. I'm the past president, and I'm also a PFAS carrier. I participated in the study that was done, and my PFAS levels are very high. And I lived and worked in Hyannis for many, many years.
Rachel?
Good morning. I'm Rachel Youngling. I am the Vice President of the Hyannis Park Civic Association, which is actually located in West Yarmouth. And we became interested in this work back in 2021 when we found PFAS leaching into our areas of Yarmouth and specifically Mill Creek.
I'm Chris Bawicki. I'm a Brewster resident and chair of Sierra Club's Cape Cod and Islands group.
I'm Tom Cambereri. I'm a hydrogeologist and LSP, and I've been hired to assist the Hyannis PFAS group through a DEP technical assistance grant, which I've been doing for the last 2 years. You may know me as I was hired back in 1988 with under Armando Carbonell and Barry Johnson. At that time, I think a deal was cut that I would manage the cleanup of the Fire Training Academy, which I did for 31 years. And I think I always had the support of the county administrators through that time. And I think the responses were always proactive and credible, and kept the academy open for several decades, under which period of time many cadets had received the certification and training that they needed. I think that one might have
Can we
been.
call you hydrologist emeritus? Is that?
I think that does happen sometimes, but I'd be glad to accept that honor
Okay,
from
very
you.
good. We can take that up at our next
We
meeting.
have our tales of the fire academy.
I do
Now
have,
you go proceed with your presentation.
I do have copies of these handouts.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Great.
Presentation.
Next time.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Robin's doing it. Thank you.
This is our,
Lawyer. Here we go.
In the interest of brevity, we're going to try to work through our presentation as rapidly as possible so that we can have an open discussion on your part. We were launched in the spring of 2023 for grassroots discussion, coordination, and collaboration to protect the environmental and public health from PFAS contamination attributable to historical use of PFAS-containing firefighting chemicals at the former Municipal Firefighter Training Academy and at Cape Cod Gateway Airport. Our main purpose is to identify and address the community-wide needs relating to the characterization and PFAS control and remediation, and especially public health. We've been hosting information sessions, and we will be informing you of an upcoming one shortly. Developing resources, developing a public information website for community access to the information. And most importantly, we've been applying for Mass DEP technical assistance grants. These have been coming through the Greater Hyannis Civic Association, and these afford us the opportunity to actually do site testing so that we can have independent PFAS levels determined by an independent resource, Tom Cambereri. I'd like to move it on to Chris.
Great, thanks for that,
You're welcome.
Rachel. So next slide, please. So Rachel mentioned that we've been getting these technical assistance grants. We've been hiring Tom, and he's helped us really understand and get a handle on the regional contamination problem. And that's really our focus, is the contamination throughout the Hyannis area. It's not on the airport site and the county site. We're looking at it from, it doesn't matter where the PFAS came from. We understand that municipalities across the Cape contributed to the use of these PFAS chemicals at the Municipal Firefighter Training Academy. We also know that all kinds of firefighters were at Cape Cod Gateway Airport taking training. And so there's not really a sense that this is, a problem that was created by the responsible parties according to the state. We believe that it's a community issue, and we needed a community-wide regional approach. So one of the first things we did through our technical assistant grant was we tried to get a regional picture of the contamination, and that's what this map shows. And so it answers the question, how did the contamination occur? I think you guys are familiar with it, but the use of these firefighting chemicals at these sites, these were needed to be used for training. They entered the groundwater flows downhill, and so the groundwater has, contaminated groundwater has flowed into public water supply wells, and ultimately lots of contaminated water was circulated through the Hyannis water system. Exposures occurred over decades, and levels were extremely high. I think you've heard all of this before. And so we wanted to provide that regional picture and also understand that once the drinking water supply was contaminated, that meant that this PFAS water was circulating throughout the town. And the end result is a plume created at the wastewater treatment plant, many plumes created at all the septic systems throughout the area. And then the plumes are just flowing into the groundwater throughout the region. And there's also unidentified plumes, sources of PFAS that are coming across the airport property. And so there's a whole lot going on. It's very complicated. In our first tag, we also spent a lot of time focused on the airport. And so next slide, please. So we did some community-based sampling, as Rachel mentioned, with a small grant. The TAG grant does not allow us to do any sampling. The TAG grant only allows us to analyze samples provided by others. So Tom is really analyzing existing data. We're not creating new data. And basically, we realized, or through this research, that there are multiple unattributed plumes, and they're all interacting. We also looked at the function of the airport's cap. And the airport officials have been saying for years that their cap is functioning perfectly, reducing the amount of PFAS flowing into the Mar wells. The airport officials also said that their plume was fully captured by the Mar well field. It was not going downstream. And what we showed through our community-based sampling and through Tom's analyses, that actually the airport's cap is not necessarily functioning properly. The PFAS compounds are continuing to be released from the site. The airport plume is not fully captured by carbon filtration at the Mar wells. It's going through the Mar well field, and the PFAS is flowing into across the property line and into the town of Yarmouth, through Mill Creek, and out to Lewis Bay. We, based on these concerns and essentially all the assurances that the airport has provided, turned out to be wrong. Our basic conclusion was that if the airport wants to expand its operations, it should do site cleanup. And so I want to commend the county really clearly here about your work on your PRB to try to keep the contamination from reaching the Mary Dunn well field. That's what we really need to be doing, is keeping the contamination out of our water supply. keeping it on site, trapping it on site. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom. Next slide, please.
I'm going to talk about some of the what we understand about the contamination in the Hyannis area, and some of these knowledge gaps. Actually, is what I want to focus on. Chris had mentioned that we have these unidentified, unattributed plumes coursing through the Hyannis area of the Cape Cod aquifer. And a lot of the work, not only from us, but even from your consultants, GZA, hired a very prominent group that I think is doing a really good job, is looking at the data from a very objective lens. And so we have of course the contamination from some of the main sites like Fire Training Academy, deployment area in the airport, and the air rescue fire facility. But we have these other areas that just really haven't been addressed yet. And those kind of commingle all together and end up going, down gradient, through the Mar well field, and appears that the Mill Creek marsh system is a huge marsh system that you may be aware of out there, just north of 28 on the town line there, and it is a huge sink where a lot of the groundwater comes up through there, and so this area is a big draw that has received receives the groundwater, and with it the PFAS from the airport and some of the Fire Training Academy, and it's not only impacted our wells, but we have found it through the sampling that was funded through the Hyannis Park Association previously. Then we found it in Mill Creek. We found it at the grist mill. We found it in even further down gradient. Some of these, at one perspective is, well, a lot of maybe these unattributed plumes are from the wastewater treatment plant, and we have this whole issue of, well, when the wells were contaminated decades ago, that contamination served through the supply unknowingly for a long period of time, and got intertwined with the discharge through all the septic systems in the Hyannis area, which is only 15% sewered at that time. And then those areas that were sewered were collected, and so we had these secondary sources of contamination that was broadly distributed, and so it got only into the Mill Creek area and marsh, but into other area freshwater ponds down gradient of the West Main Street area, the Twin Brooks area, and all that. So what our work is really looking at, as Chris said, not just one source or anything, but how does it all come together regionally, and how does it work? Because without understanding it, we really can't make real important budgetary types of decisions as what's important, what do we really need to do. And so there's been work to put together what we believe is we need a regional model that puts this all together, unattributed. It transcends the abilities of one specific party, whether county, airport, town, to put together. We really, that's what we're advocating for. So that we need targeted sampling within these areas where we have these unattributed plumes. We can't say, well, it was a long time ago, we don't need to sample that, which is kind of a prevailing perspective that we have received. So we need to that is one of the key areas of focus. And then the Silent Spring work, which is actually going to be coming out, work I'm working on with Silent Spring on an aspect of the project where they're sampling the blood of the residents and looking at the past exposures from this, I'll call it a dark period of time that we didn't know about, that we've emerged from, and we're trying our best to clean up. And the next page on preventing the exposures. we had the opportunity to go out to the Fire Training Academy and meet with Paul Rizala, the facility director, who's done a great job in selecting the consultants to evaluate and select what really needs to happen there. So we looked at them putting in the PRB. We've looked at some of the response to that, the performance data, and it looks like it's really working well. We, as Chris said, we are kind of concerned about the lack of control at the airport and the upstream of the Mar Wells, the continued spread of these uncontrollable plumes, and we're not sure about the limitations of the standards. We have this pretty ratcheted down standards for drinking water and that, but we're not sure where it will emerge for fish. Shellfish, things like that, in this area that's receiving these really high concentrations. So, I think we said at the community needs, we're looking for PRBs or some other control methods, near the Mar Wells, and mitigation of ingestion and inhalation concerns, and to the state to take action to broaden and tighten PFAS standards where they need to be done.
Next slide, please. So this slide includes a letter to the Massachusetts Department of Public Health from Mark Ells, and that was written after a June 2025 presentation that Hyannis PFAS Group did to the Barnstable Town Council. And at that meeting, we talked a lot about the public health concerns with that public water supply contaminated for years. Thousands of people who were exposed to high levels of PFAS for a long period of time have not been tested. And so we're really interested in accessible and affordable blood testing. Also, clinicians are not really familiar with how a case for somebody with high blood levels might present itself, or what to do if somebody has high blood levels. And so through outreach, through having members of our steering team exposed, and through our conversations, we're understanding that there are ways for people to deal with this problem, to lower their concentrations and markedly lower their concentrations. But the key is to know. And so some of the public health needs that we're really interested in is proactive outreach to exposed populations, people who are living and working in Hyannis during the periods when the water supply was contaminated, low to no cost blood testing, and then once individuals know they were potentially exposed and they get a blood test, then they have an opportunity to act. And then we're also hoping that clinicians will have the education that's needed to go forward. And so we've worked with a local doctor to present a resolution to the Mass Medical Society. They passed it early this year, documenting that PFAS is a concern, and that the Mass Medical Society doctors around the state should work together to produce clinician guidance to advocate for blood testing, things like that. And so we're here before you, educating you on that need as well. Next slide, final slide. So we're going to continue to advocate for community needs, and that means continued work by Hyannis PFAS Group, as well as Silent Spring, one of our key community partners. Biggest needs we see are regional modeling and targeted sampling to address some of the uncertainties we highlighted, to guide selection of appropriate remediation or risk mitigation strategies in the future, control measures somehow to keep contamination out of the Mar Wells, just like you guys have done to try to keep contamination away from the Mary Dunn Wells. And then we'd like, public health interventions, and, possibly the county, the town of Barnstable can step up here. But we previously, through that letter from Mark Ells, we asked the state, Department of Public Health to address this issue, and there hasn't really been any response. And so we're holding a forum a couple weeks from today. Invite the county commissioners to be represented on a panel. We invited Administrator Dutton to serve on the panel. Also invitations going out to Representative Diggs, Senator Sear, DEP and DPH officials, and town of Barnstable officials. So that's our presentation today. For today, really interested in your thoughts, big picture on some of these regional needs we've identified. And thanks again for the opportunity today. Really appreciate it.
Commissioner Lyons.
Well, this is a real concern, and I'm sorry that you are one of our one of our test people here. We have been focusing, and I don't think that we're prepared to give a report on this, but I do know that our public health department did do sampling of wells across, especially on the outer Cape and that sort of thing. And it was amazing how many people signed up for that. And not really afraid to do it in case somebody came back and said, now you got to replace your well or something like that. They went for it. And we will hear back from that. And I do think that Paul and his group has done a great job. And the permeable reactive barrier, because I'm saying that out loud so people know what PRB is, but it has been successful. And I keep saying, can we do that to ponds and, other areas? My question is, is PFAS it's in jet fuel as well? Is that like the original or is it from the fire?
It's from the fire.
It is, so it's not in oil.
Yeah,
itself.
the aqueous fire coating foam.
Yeah.
So it's on the airport and the.
When we take off and land. So where does it land and where does it go? I remember in one of my campaigns somewhere, I was in someone's backyard right near the airport, and they said, I want you to feel my soil. And it was oily because of jet
The fuel dumping.
fuel.
The fuel dumping.
Yeah,
Fuel dumping, that
Which
is-
is-
yeah.
which really concerned me. That really bothered me.
Separate issue, though.
It's a
It
totally
is a
separate
separate
issue. Yeah, so they can take that up in Barnstable. Anyway, no, I think this is great and it complements a lot of things that we're doing, and I'm sure that you're reading and hopefully taking some of our information as well that we're learning along the way to help with this conversation. I am happy to participate in anything that you have, so I'll be looking forward to that invitation or even attending.
The 24th,
24th.
24th, same day as the Yarmouth special
Town
town
meeting.
meeting that we don't need to have.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
Commissioner,
celebration.
Commissioner Bertram.
Yeah, there's two different directions you can take in dealing with this issue. And one is the direction you're taking now, which is basically to look at the extent of the plume and what areas are contributing and see what you can do about it. The other area is to start with how is this affecting the public health, which is what is the effect on the individual person who's affected by this. Okay, so you start with the individual. What's the threat to them? And that's a hard thing to determine. You can use statistical analysis like Silent Spring is, but then you have to factor out a whole bunch of other stuff. There's other stuff in the water. There's 1,4-dioxane is in the water. How does that affect people? Okay, so I take the second approach. I look at saying the threat is to the public health. Start with how can we isolate the individual from the plume, regardless of where it goes. Because if we start with where the plume is and try to clean it up, we're never going to be able to do that. I mean, that would take billions of dollars. So determining the effect on the public health by certain amounts, small amounts of PFAS is very difficult, but we'll have to go with the presumption that it does have a health effect. My understanding right now, anybody who's on public water in the area is drinking water that's free from PFAS. Is that right? I mean,
Yes.
so if you're on the public health spot, now your
That's
water
true.
that you have in the well could be tested. I've suggested, and I know it gets gone deaf ears, at any time any water is tested, either private well or so on, there should be a database that tells you exactly where my well is over here and I get this amount of PFAS in it. And then you'll come up with a grid and that will determine where the stuff's coming from. So I don't envy you at Silent Spring and your group and also the county and the airport in the work that goes forward. But I think my feeling is we have to concentrate on the public health. We have to make sure that no one will be exposed to this in any kind of amounts. And we have to understand what the cost is. And I applaud the county. My experiences, we got on top of this as quickly as we could. And we've come to agreements with both the town of Barnstable and hopefully sometime with the airport to see what we can do to mitigate the issues. So I applaud your group monitoring this. I'm curious to see what the Silent Spring study does as far as people have long-term exposure to PFAS, and maybe I'll get tested and find out a reason for all my problems, because it's actually a concentration of PFAS. Anyway, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that thought, Ron. And I think we went into this with real interest in focusing on the characterization of the sites because that's where the money comes from, basically. But in our outreach and just within our group, it was the public health issues that kept coming back and sort of the lack of a concerted public health response to identify those people who may have high blood levels and to give them the testing. You know, Silent Spring got federal funds and, you know, through cajoling and through outreach that they ran, was able to get some people tested. And the test results showed Hyannis area people who were living, you know, and drinking, served by the public drinking water supply when it was contaminated, had higher levels than people around the rest of the country. And this is all because of these legacy contaminants from firefighting foam. It's not about the PFAS and other chemicals, other household products. And so what we are really interested in stepping up the focus on individuals and the people who were exposed, making sure they get blood testing. And so then the question becomes, how do you do that? And we've asked the state, we're here to encourage the county to see if there's anything you can stand up to, as a public health response to help exposed individuals get that blood testing. And then, you know, if the state does its part and the Mass Medical Society does its part, they'll be trained clinicians who can then treat those people. But it's really important to get those people who have not been tested but need to be get a blood test.
Was that the thrust of the letter that the town of Barnstable sent in?
I'll share the letter
Yeah.
with you. I think we said it before, but it has a couple of specific
one of them?
asks. Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
Exposure to fish and ponds and things like that. So, you know, it was also ecological.
Yep.
You know, impacts also.
If they haven't really determined there's what the impact is though. I mean, they're not saying, or has there been, maybe there's something I'm not aware of. This medical condition relates to PFAS.
I think what you're trying to
They're
do is
linked.
get people tested so that they can understand what exposures they might have.
Right.
There have
And then
been,
And then be able to
and-
say,
And then from there, you can make some kind of assessment as to your health risk, right?
Right.
Yes, and so at this point, they link it to high cholesterol, liver problems, ulcerative colitis,
What's being linked,
the PFAS exposure to.
Oh, okay.
being linked to
So-
those?
yes, so the
Oh,
elevated
okay.
blood level of PFAS is a
Right,
direct
wide
precursor.
variety of things it's linked to, but, you know, it's kind of hard to get beyond that without further testing.
So let's just
critical
stick,
mass.
let's just stick with this discussion for this topic for just a moment.
Mhm.
So if I'm a resident, I live in Hyannis, I'm drinking water, I've been tested, who do I go to get information to help me understand the risk to my health? Would it be just my own doctor? Or is there somebody at DPH?
You
Who's
could
got
go
this
to
thing?
your own doctor and your own doctor could say to you, as mine did to me, what's PFAS? So that's the reason for the effort behind approaching the state and the Mass Medical Association about, let's get these people educated.
Right.
You know, let's
Right.
get Cape Cod Hospital educated about this. There's an unbelievable lack of understanding at the hospital that sits on top of the plume that was at one point, I think the largest plume in the United States, or the known plume of
What, this
PFAS.
PFAS plan?
Hyannis is a major.
I can
PFAS
show you a
site.
couple of others that are pretty huge.
Highest
And
highest concentrations in public drinking water supply.
Right.
Upper 1%.
Yep.
really,
And the concentrations here in some of the sites are the 3 times the highest level found at the Joint Base Cape Cod. So the levels were astronomically high. So people who were, you know, exposed to
So
it,
let's-
even me and my
So
family and
you and I,
also
Tom, you and I have lived.
I also have high.
You and I have
that's
lived
my
through the
point.
mass municipal, the MMR contamination problem, right?
Yeah.
And when we first started discovering the extent of the contamination, one of the first things that was done for the benefit of residents was an effort made to help people understand what the public health risk was. All right. That was sort of job number 1. Then we had these extended discussions and battles over how to clean it up. But the public health risk assessments, that stuff was a priority. The federal government put lots of money into it. The state Mass Department of Public Health was heavily engaged in that effort. And the public did have access to good information about public health risks. And I think for us, I think this is the area that I'd like to sort of see if we can zero in on and work with our own health department to find ways where we can make sure that we have adequate expertise available for Cape residents to engage in, to understand, hey, I've been tested, this is what it shows, what can you tell me about the health risk to exposure to PFAS? We have, as you pointed out in your presentation, PFAS is everywhere. And I think we need to be aggressive in terms of advocating for the public health information that you've been asking for and have received no responses to. I think to some degree that's an area where we should be engaged, is to make sure that there are resources there and some attention. That to me is just job one. As you know, we're doing everything that we can to deal with our contribution to the problem, but we all know it's a bigger problem. And we've had discussions about doing more testing, more sampling, finding ways we can be more of a resource. A lot of it's money related. So I don't think there's any lack of desire. It's just lack of money and finding ways to get more money into our testing program to help residents. So I think that's something that we should put on our list of things to do, is help make resources available in terms of public health awareness and risk assessment and education. That's something that needs to happen. It's not an option that we can't ignore. We have to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
Too many people cannot just be dealing with PFAS knowing that they've been contaminated and not having public health experts telling them what's happening to them or what the risk is, what they should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And for your doctor to be saying, I don't know,
What's PFAS?
I would imagine that's probably what a lot of doctors are
Right.
saying.
Absolutely.
So we need to figure out a way to solve that problem. And if there can be a consensus out of that, I'd like to see some people from maybe have, again, going back to the days Tom and I worked together on the MMR cleanup, when we would have community meetings, DPH was all over the place.
They were always there.
They were always there. If we had a meeting on a plume and contamination and what is happening to the fish, what is happening to the humans, people down gradient of a plume, what do we need to know? They were there. Not only that, we had people from the federal government. They were there. The Agency for Toxic Substances Registry, ATSDR. They were a sub-arm of Health and Human Services. So there are public agencies that are supposed to be doing this work. And I just think we just have to work harder. And I'm not blaming you. I'm saying we collectively
Mhm.
we should be engaged in this effort to get them engaged here. So I'm willing to sign up for that. Chris?
Yeah, I think that the county and the town have done the most important thing, which is to ensure the public drinking water supply is safe. Like that was job number one, and that's been the case for a while. The problem is that the people who were exposed before the drinking water became safe, that's now 10 years past, almost 5 to 10 years past, depending on where they lived. That PFAS level does not come down over time if, for example, you're not a woman who's still menstruating, because it gets in your blood, and unless you're shedding blood, and unless you're donating blood, your blood's going to stay contaminated. And so it's the legacy contamination that's really the main interest and the main focus of our work. It's not the sort of background residual PFAS in everybody's blood. It's the people who were living, working, going to school in the Hyannis area when the contamination occurred. And that's really where the public health response we'd like to see directed, is making sure those legacy contaminated people know that they should be getting blood testing and then have access to it.
There's so many, if I may.
Commissioner, go ahead.
There's so many ailments that people are presenting. and nobody knows what's causing it.
Right.
Nobody knows what's causing it. And in this area, until this conversation, I kept saying, I don't know why doctors don't immediately do a blood test for Lyme, because that's also one of those sleeper, in some people can be a sleeper condition that's giving you arthritis or joint problems, these types of things. And when there are these other things, these, just to bring it to the consciousness of doctors to say, could this be a problem? And we don't know how it is, but at least now we know this is, or maybe has a relation, and that more of that is better. So I totally support this in trying to get that moving forward. But, you know, the environmental hazards we have just breathing in from fires, everything else, nobody's really looking at what are we absorbing that could be creating these new somewhat ailments, other than just that we're living longer. You know, that's also one, but
Okay. Commissioner Bergstrom, one last question.
Yeah, the first question is that, you know, I know for a fact that this work that we're doing is creating a process that is being duplicated up and down the coast in other areas, especially areas adjacent to military bases where they're recognizing they have a problem. They're leaning on some of the expertise that they have at Joint Base Cape Cod to try to help them. That's the bad news. The good news is that as they go further on down the road with their own individual issues, we will gain a body of knowledge on the health effects of this, not just from our particular spot, but from other areas that are studying this. So, I mean, it's down the road, but ultimately we're going to get it. We're going to get more and more information on the health effects of PFAS exposure. And, you know, I don't think that the actual link has been made between why exposure to PFAS would cause a certain ailment. A lot of it's statistical analysis, but if we'd like to find that link so that we can do something about it. That's pretty much all I have to say. I think you guys keep doing the work, and we're going to keep doing our work and see what we can.
right, and see what we
how
can do together.
Let me ask you, Chris, one last question. As Department of Public Health been invited to this?
Yeah,
Have they responded?
they have not yet. The invites just went out yesterday,
Okay.
and we're looking for the right people in DPH to be invited, not just the commissioner, but you know, there's environmental toxicologists.
Mhm.
That's not the people we want to talk to. We want to talk to the people who are, you know, capable of mounting a public health response to get
Well,
resources
when we get
delivered.
to the end of our meeting and we talk about, we speak with the county administrator, we'll talk ourselves about what we can do to get somebody from DPH there, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So nice
Thank you.
seeing all of you, but because we get paid all the time.
Great to see you guys.
Thank
Good to see
Thank
you.
you.
And
Okay,
Sheila.
good to see you.
Yes,
Chris.
Yeah.
thank you so much.
All right, our next item on our agenda is a discussion of a Cape Cod Clean Water Week.
Speaking
Brian,
of clean water, and
Yeah.
water.
Mr. Clean Water Center himself, Brian Baumgarten. Brian,
All right.
Oh, Brian.
welcome.
Hello.
So great that you've been able to hang out with us all morning.
Yeah, hopefully you've
Absolutely.
been entertained and learning.
Great.
It's always an education.
So, Clean
Uh,
Water Week.
Clean Water
What
Week.
week is that again?
So that's going to be September, well, the proposed date for this is September 13th through the 19th. I'm just waiting. Robin, can you?
Clean water month, something happening
Appreciate
like
that.
nationally being recognized right now?
So,
I feel like I heard about it before I heard about the counties.
yep.
Yeah.
So that's what this is kind of based on, but we
Okay.
want to really tailor it to our specific region and our
Right.
needs. There's a World Water Week that occurs in August each year.
Right,
There's a National Water Week, which occurs in April of each year.
right.
But you know, our needs here on Cape Cod are, as we all know, as we just discussed, are unique.
Unique and special.
And we want to bring more awareness. It was just mentioned that the doctor didn't know what PFAS is. You know, that's
Right,
Or
pretty amazing.
what it could do to you.
or what it could do to you. I think it's important that we
Don't you like that logo? Isn't
that we
that
try to
nice?
bring all
very
these
nice.
types of things forward. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So Clean Water Week, September 13th through the 19th. And as I said, based on the basic concept of bringing awareness and hopefully stewardship. Awareness is great. We need people to take action, right? What we want to do is celebrate this as a region. And it's not just Barnstable County participating in this. The concept is really to get our regional partner organizations to participate throughout the week and perhaps hold their own events. So the theme that we've worked out for this first inaugural Cape Cod Clean Water Week is from aquifer to tap and back again, which is really focused on the concept that it's one water, it's one cycle. What we call wastewater, what we call tap water, what we call our recreational waters, they're all one thing. And I think it's important that we put a focus on that particular concept so that people understand that when you flush things down the drain, you flush your toilet, that eventually it's going to go into the same aquifer that we all share. And it's all going to come back to us in some way, shape, or form. So that's the key theme for this particular this year. We've got a few events planned just for the county perspective. So as I said, what the real goal here is for us to provide the framework for this week, provide some events and to bring awareness through our own programming, but also, as I said, to encourage other organizations to hold similar events during the course of the week. So what we'd like to do is hold an opening celebration, which I think ideally we do right here at the county complex, being centrally located. About midweek, we want to do a technology showcase at the Clean Water Center to really expose people a little bit more to the various types of on-site wastewater treatment technologies, because that's one of the focuses of the testing center and the Clean Water Center are those particular types of technologies. The third event that we have planned right now is to start to engage the kids a little bit more in the work that we're doing. And what's better than a Touch a Truck event for kids to come and experience some of the equipment that are putting in all this infrastructure into our area. So what we plan on doing there is having like a number of excavators and heavy equipment for kids to be able to come and look at and see.
I'm gonna bring a septic pump out truck. Touching.
I think we'll have it. Look but don't touch on the septic. But I think it's important for people to understand what those pieces of equipment are, and kids get excited for this stuff, and the parents come with the kids and they get the information along the way. The other piece that we want to do on that same day, and this is a Saturday, by the way, to make sure we get exposure to families, is a wastewater microscopy demo. So basically in our Clean Water Center conference room, we'll set up a microscope and a series of smaller ones. But with our good microscope, what we'll do is connect those to the TVs. We'll put samples on so that we can show what's actually,
What the water looks like.
What it looks like. Yeah.
Wait till they see the bugs.
And see the bugs and the important things that are living there. We'll set up stations for kids that, they'll draw their favorite microbe, those types of things. So we're excited about these three primary events. We've got ideas for some smaller things that we might develop.
Well, PFAS is a hot topic.
PFAS is a very hot
Dive into
topic,
that.
so we might want to add that to our list of things to look at. We didn't want to totally inundate ourselves for the week. We wanted to also be able to promote the other organizations and what they're doing.
Right.
But I think one of the goals for this is really each day of that week, there's an event happening somewhere. And I would love for all the towns to have an event through the week.
Right.
I think for end to end and on the week and on the Cape would be the sort of success metric for us on this particular initiative.
Maybe we can have a contest.
I would
Who
love to.
puts on the best, and then
The
what
best
we
event.
get, we give them a compost toilet or something, and what I mean?
Yep,
But we
yep.
could-
Yep. So we do have some participating organizations that are already interested in doing this with us. Webner, Dennis Conservation Land Trust, Mashpee Ponds Advisory Committee, Cape Cod's Children's Museum, which is actually hosting an entire exhibit this summer that's focused on wastewater.
Oh, that's good.
And-
Down in Brewster, that's good.
It's in the one in Mashpee.
The one in Mashpee,
Yep,
okay.
yep. So they're actually they're building an outhouse, and we're doing a whole model septic system that kids will be able to plunk little ping pong balls into and stuff. And there'll be a video kind of explaining some of this that I'm actually responsible for recording. And then the Barnstable Clean Water Coalition. So this is our initial slate. We reached out to a few organizations that we knew would probably be interested, but after today, we'll really start our outreach campaign to these organizations to get them to hopefully sign up and participate in whole events of their own.
So what I was thinking about in Brewster is the Natural History Museum,
Mhm.
which might also be
They
interested.
have a heavy water component there,
Yeah,
so I think,
right.
you know, water touches everything we
It
do.
does.
And I think there's an opportunity for many organizations across the
I
Cape
don't
to
think people realize
do
how many
events.
coalitions. But,
There's
And how
everywhere.
passionate,
one in every town.
passionate people.
Yeah.
God,
Just about. This past weekend, I spoke at the Harwich Pond Coalition annual meeting, which was pretty well attended. By the way, they have a really nice community center in Harwich. If you've never been there.
Yes, they do. Yeah, and I wanted to make that was Saturday you were talking about, and I had people in town and it just.
Brewster has a very active one.
Brewster is one of the
Yeah,
originals that,
And
They are.
we're trying, even though the board doesn't listen to ours. That's another
Falmouth
story.
Falmouth is very active. Mashpee has a newer pond. So, you know, I
Mhm.
think there's a lot of interest in it. I think the ponds associations will be one of our larger participants in this.
Absolutely.
But if there are organizations that you think, you know, you might ask that we haven't thought of and you want us to reach out to specifically, and please feel free to reach out to them yourselves as well,
Mhm.
to encourage participation. I would also lean on
Well,
your.
obviously APCC would be.
Yep.
Yes,
They're
absolutely.
right on our list. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have a pretty extensive list of who we'll be reaching out to after
Good.
today.
Slide 5.
One of the big things is the Ripple Effect Award. So like we have the Mercy Otis Owen, Mercy Otis Warren Owen. I have Owen in my head because he was here.
Mhm.
So what we want to do is honor up to 6 community members who have made substantial contributions protecting and restoring Cape Cod's water resources. We would have a set of nominations that go with that and have you all pick a set of winners for us. One of the little sort of bonus things that we're putting together for this Ripple Effect Award is a special photography session that will display their photo along with some of their work in our Clean Water Center so that people can come and see the work that they've done. And
Is
perhaps
there a
feature that in our
criteria
area.
of how you can be a nominee? Is there like an example of what somebody might have done?
I think it's, you know, we have a nomination form that I'll share
Okay.
that gives you some, you know, some ideas of people who you might want to nominate.
Mhm.
But my hope is that it'll be people from all different, you know,
Right.
different organizations and
Across
different
the region.
levels. You know, it tends to be that the top person in the organization gets these types of things,
Yeah,
but I
no,
would
we
love
don't
to
want
see, I would love to see others get those as well.
Mhm.
Well, one candidate that I definitely think ought to be nominated is Dennis LeBlanc from the U.S. Geological Survey.
Mhm.
He's been here like 50 years, just, I guess, officially retired. And we've got to find some way to acknowledge and honor him because he's done incredible work on Cape Cod and helping us understand the water supply, the hydrology, how the system works. So I would
You can
definitely
send
put
that
it
in.
down.
The name George Whitefelder jumps up.
Whitefelder is definitely a
I'm sure there is,
candidate as well.
definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So I think they're the 2 folks right there that have done a lot.
Mhm.
So
So
we'll start thinking.
yeah,
Yes.
we'll jump right into soliciting nominations and then.
And also those that are really
provide
up
that.
against it, that continually bring it forward, fight it out, you know,
Mhm.
try to educate those.
Mhm.
They're like the campaign workers, you know, and they are on a
Right.
campaign. They're on their campaign to bring this forward. So
Absolutely.
we need to recognize those people as well.
Absolutely. And I would hope we can make this an annual thing. So, you know, it'll be like a hall of honor eventually.
Mhm.
And my last slide here, just more information. So we'll put this all up on the website after today's meeting, the schedule of events, participating in organizations. We'll be able to, you know, we'll list their events on there so that people can kind of come to a centralized location and find where all the different events are occurring. We'll provide the nomination forms on there as well. That's my presentation.
That sounds good.
Sounds great.
Looks
It's
good.
exciting.
Any-
Just
And
a
I love
quick
the
comment.
logo.
Yes.
You know, I think one of the unacknowledged successes of the ARPA funds was to upgrade our lab so it could test people's water. Because, you know, there's a lot of misinformation out of there, a lot of fear out of there. You take, you know, you turn on your tap, what's in it? So we now have the ability to allow people on Cape Cod to have their water tested and we can determine for them exactly what they're drinking. So a big step toward getting people to drink clean water is to let them know what they're drinking now and to assure them that it is good. And it is good.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, absolutely agree. Very good.
Okay.
You're great.
Thank you so much for your support as
All right,
always.
we'll be looking for all your.
Thanks.
a
All right.
So the
Thank
next
you.
item on the agenda is the regional housing incentives.
Yes.
Commissioner Bergstrom
I wanna
is
hear
looking
all
for
about
an
this.
update on all the great housing initiatives that seem to be in the works.
Morning, Commissioners.
So-
Oh, always good to see you,
No, I
Commissioner.
dropped by a couple of weekends ago. I didn't. Crowd, and I never got to you at other places where we were, so.
No,
Good
well,
to see you.
you as well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Thank you.
Really always good to see you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good to go.
You are good to go.
All right. In your package, you should have a copy of a mass housing flyer. So Commissioner Bergstrom had asked us to do an initial review of a proposal the Haley Driscoll administration launched back in mid-April, which in partnership with Mass Housing, which is essentially a quasi-state agency, provides for $25,000 to first-time home buyers in assistance at a 0% interest rate. As the flyer stipulates, it's a fixed period. It's from April 27th to July 31st. $25,000 available statewide, so that means folks in Barnstable County are eligible. 0% interest, and it's structured typical, similar to a lien where there's no monthly payments. It's payable on a triggering event. So I gave Commissioner Bergstrom two examples that I'll give to the full board. The first is option A: a person buys a house, gets the $25,000, and after 8 years refinances. That refi is a triggering event, and the person would pay back the full $25,000 at 0% interest. Option B is a person gets the $25,000, keeps the house for 32 years, and at the sale of the property, the $25,000 is paid back to Mass Housing at that time. Again, in both instances, there's no penalty, there's no time frame as to when it can be repaid, there's no interest, and there's no monthly payment. So I suspect it's going to be a pretty popular program. It can be used for down payment, it can be used for closing costs, it can be used for rate buy down, which right now the rates are around 6.5%. So you can buy down that rate by buying points, and it can be used to upfront the cost of PMI, which is typically required on mortgage products when you're not doing the traditional 20% down. So it has a lot of flexibility. It's not something we in the county do right now, but again, it is available to county residents. And one of the caveats is with it, in order to be eligible, you have to have a mortgage product locked in by that July 31st deadline. There are lenders on Cape Cod because Mass Housing doesn't do the lending. You go through a traditional bank. There are Cape Cod lenders who are participating in that. And so that is really the quick overview of that program. This replaces a product Mass Housing had, which was a more traditional mortgage for 15 years at a reduced rate of either 2 or 3% of interest. That was also popular as well, and a little bit more revenue generating to offset the costs of running the program. So that's that piece, and we wanted to take the opportunity before you, and then happy to take any questions, commissioners, to talk a little bit about the home program, because while this is certainly a great program, with the support of the three of you, we operate the home program, and that's really making some measurable impacts throughout all of Barnstable County as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Rini Hammond to give you a little info on that.
One second, I have to step out and take a call.
Sure.
I'm gonna turn the meeting over to Vice Chair Bergstrom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're right back.
Good morning. So, as you know, the home consortium began in Barnstable County. There was an ordinance created in 1992. We've been running the program since 1995. For a period of time, we did do a down payment closing cost assistance program, which is an allowed activity from the home program from HUD. We did one from 1995 to about 2018. In the first years, 1995 to 2001, they did what was a forgivable program. So it was for a down payment closing cost assistance. You would keep the house for 7 years or 15 years, and then the loan would be forgivable. Most of those back then, you were talking about $5,000 or less for a down payment closing cost assistance. In 2002, the program switched to what Joe was explaining. It's called a time of sale mortgage. So the time of sale mortgage sits on the property. It's 0 interest, deferred payment, so there's no payments on principal, and it sits there until the house is sold or in certain circumstances refinanced, and that's when it was paid back to the home program, and then that money was re-put back into the program and recirculate it out for other projects. When I arrived in 2019, so in 2018, the program was already experiencing some difficulties, and the difficulty being that under HUD regulations, we can only supply this to people making 80% area median income and under, AMI. And then as the house prices rose, the 80% median income stayed kind of this. There was a little bit of a disconnect in finding those houses that would meet the program. So I'll give you an example. You know, where we are with it today. And I will tell you, HUD puts out what they call a moderate price. They have their own different calculations for how they calculate what the program, how much the program for the sales price could be used for. In all of Barnstable County, they take all of Barnstable County, it's about 850,000. So any house that's 850,000 or under, you could use this program. The problem being is that it needs to be affordable to someone making 80% AMI or under. So right now, using the assumptions for calculations of an interest rate, a 2-bedroom single family home would have to be about 330,000 or less. And a 3-bedroom about 365,000 or less. That's what an 80% AMI person spending no more than 30% of their income on a home could afford. So as you can see, looking at the county, there is no homes for sale at 365,000. And it also has to meet housing quality standards, so they can't buy a fixer-upper. So that's why the program dwindled out in 2018. It was found that we could no longer meet that 80% AMI and find a house on Cape Cod. They were far and few between, and we found that the program was starting to limit itself to, you know, Hyannis, areas of Yarmouth, and then with the escalation during COVID, this is where we are now, at 365. I could do a condo. The condos come out a little differently because you have to add in the condo fee. A 2-bedroom condo would have to be at around 270,000 and a 3-bedroom at around 310. So that's why we discontinued that program. The program that we use now, which we've done since 1995, is for affordable rental housing development. You know, as you have funded these through the past years.
Okay. I think, you have anything else?
No, I just, you know, I know, as our, the push for more affordable housing is underway, and not everyone is happy with the structures. And everybody argues that we have to have that structure because it's density and it saves money. And I can't help but think that there's different alternatives, and maybe we're not looking at HUD, even though we don't know how long that will be. So our housing coordinator did say that there was some sort of like small home program. There were some things that she found in HUD that seemed like they would be alternatives, not just a down payment, but it had to do with the structure itself. They were looking more at a small home concept. You know anything about that?
I know that they've been discussing, not necessarily with HUD, but with the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, HLC. You know, when they want to do projects, they want them to be around, you know, 20 units or more, usually 30, 40, 50 units. And what we're looking for on the Cape is to, you know, if we could do some more small scale, but how to make the numbers work. Right. So that's kind of what the discussion, and that discussion ties into like the seasonal communities and what funding we can get to do more small scale. And not only because, you know, fits the Cape better as that small scale, is, you know, there are properties that are just not that large that you can't put 20, 30, 40 units on. That maybe 6 would be better. So that is that discussion is happening.
So as you go out into the Outer Cape, as you well know, larger scale projects just don't fit. I mean, they really are overwhelming. I was driving down to Truro and I saw the Cloverleaf, all of which we supported. I was there at the groundbreaking, and it was shocking to me, especially when you're going towards Provincetown. You don't see it so much because the way the trees are but it kind of like right hits you. And I was like,
It's up on a hill type of thing.
yeah, and I was like, that's, the first cut into which was just pristine forest without. So to me, I'm much more into rehabbing if there's an existing footprint that's already been, cut out. What can we do there? And the smaller scale, having that assistance for 6 units here, 4 units. It doesn't fit the Outer Cape, and we don't have the water supply. Then there's like, what are we really putting everybody at risk while we're doing this? So these are the concerns, because we really are a sand dune. We change geology on the Outer Cape, and a lot of this doesn't fit. And I feel like we're being it's almost like extortion. If you don't do this, you don't get the seasonal communities benefits. And some people call it carrot and sticks. In this point, it does feel like extortion. But and I'll be blunt. But it just doesn't fit. And you're killing the golden goose in many ways. That's why people go there, because there is nothing, or there isn't as much development as there is everywhere else. So, and it's not just because of the seashore. So anyway, I was just wondering, are there alternatives, and how can we advocate for that?
And to build off of what Brini said, Commissioner, I think if the county were to look to do something with HUD out of the equation, you obviously have more flexibilities in the same manner of which Mass Housing is running this. HUD's not part of the equation.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly we could explore those options. I had the opportunity, we were sitting here through your whole meeting, and the chairman rose some good points around, does the county have the authority to do that type of lending? I don't have that answer for you today. I think that's a great question. And then outside of my pay grade, I would defer to the administrator and you folks, but how do you fund those types of things? And if it's desire of the board, we can certainly dig in as we did with the initial request.
It's a lot for the county to be able to offer. I mean, We've had other proposals come before here, and we've said, that's a great idea, but we don't have that capacity. And I don't think that we have the capacity to do such a robust program that the state is doing. But if we can assist somehow in a small way.
Well, I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Lyons said. The approach to housing right now has been basically build. We build, somehow the costs don't, that's it. But I started off, after I heard about this program, I started off with the individual, a man and his wife, sitting in front of a banker. Okay, start with there. This is where housing starts from. You're sitting in the bank, you're looking for a mortgage, and that the banker or the bank is going to look at what your income is. They're going to look at what your expenses are. They're going to look at the total cost of the mortgage, and they're going to determine whether or not you're eligible for the mortgage. Now, everything that you can do to lower your expenses or lower the cost of that mortgage will help you. And even with a few $100, to make a difference whether you get given a mortgage or you don't. So there's various ways that we're looking at to try to make it easier for a person to get a mortgage. One is the residential tax exemption. Basically, you're going in there and saying, your taxes are tied up with your mortgage payment. I pay a little less because I'm a resident. Another thing is a soft second mortgage. If you give somebody, you supply $25,000, $30,000 as a soft second at 3%, which is, for instance, what the county gets on its money in the bank. The difference between that 3% and the 6.5% that you're paying on the overall cost of the mortgage reduces it that much less. Now, is that going to help everybody? No. But basically, we're trying little by little to come up with proposals that allow people to buy existing houses or to buy houses that are currently available under deed restrictions and income restrictions. So that's what I'm looking at now. As far as the county supplying a $25,000 soft second mortgage, I'm not looking to wait 32 years. I'm saying we'll lend you the money at 3.5%. You don't have to pay. The bank will look at that and say, well, I'm going to give this guy a mortgage because I'm in front. I'm the first one. So I don't have to worry about that extra 25 grand that you owe me. And the other thing is that you're going to save the ability over the time the 3% difference in the interest rate you pay to the bank and the interest paid to the county. Now, is this realistic? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's why I asked you to look into it.
Yeah.
I know there's some administrative costs. That's an issue. You know, we're gonna have to have somebody to do this. But I am looking right now. I'm gonna agree with Commissioner Lyons. I've seen a lot of housing projects lately, even in the last cycle of town meetings. Some have been passed, but some that you think would pass have not been passed, and it's a very divisive issue. So I'm gonna start to concentrate in my efforts to look at how I can get people who need housing, especially public employees. I mean, you could limit it legally. That's another question. Can you, how closely can you limit this? Can you limit to public employees? Can you limit it to firemen and policemen and teachers? Because that's really what, in very selfish motives, those are people we need. Those people the town needs. You know, so you could do that. So, you know, so because of the divisive nature of the housing problem right now, I'd like to see us concentrate on allowing people to move into existing housing or move into some of the projects that are coming to fruition that supply workforce housing and affordable housing. And, you know, because we're never going to build our way out of this situation, you know, and, you know, and I think that's, and also, you know, they say there's a housing shortage on Cape Cod. The problem is not that there's a housing shortage. The problem is that the housing is being taken by other demographic groups, second homes, people who are retired, and also short-term rentals. So the people who need a house to live in because they work on the Cape have to struggle to get for the rest, you know, the limited amount of housing that's left. So it's a multifaceted problem, and I take several approaches and trying to help people get a mortgage or an existing home, I think is part of it. So I appreciate you looking into that.
Sure.
And you know, I'll follow up a little bit on it, but I know it's the county reluctant to get into issues that we had not in before.
Well, I think, Commissioner, if I might make a suggestion to the board, I always look, when we're looking at our programming and our strategic plan, what's being done out there and the efficacy of it. And I think we have the advantage right now that this program that the governor introduced is term limited. It ends July 31st. And Rini and I both have had conversations with colleagues of ours at Mass Housing. We'll be able to have a sample size of how many people actually availed themselves of this program in Barnstable County after July 31st. And that might dictate to us whether it's something we want to dig further into or not. If it was popular down here and if it was, what the volume was, if it was concentrated in certain areas and stuff like that. And I like to be data driven. I know the assistant administrator always pushes me to be that way. So we'll have our hands on free data and
Not the administrator.
Not a bit. So what I might suggest is if we wait to see the results of that, and that could help guide further discussion and decision making.
You know, I wonder how many people are aware of this,
Yeah.
and does it fit? You know, will it fit the price tag? You know, and that is going to be the challenge. It's nice to have, but if it's not going to fit what the reality is on the ground, we're really going to.
Yeah, that's a good point, because some people do these down payment closing cost assistance programs, but if they're not successful, then and that helps.
Not
That
really-
in
it's not
itself gives
enough.
you data
It's
that they were
enough
not.
because the prices are going,
Right.
so it's really becomes like 25 is nothing. You know, you're not really helping me. And then when you start going into different professions, now that I'm on a select board, you know, and you see the collective bargaining, like, really, we're gonna help? I mean, like, would you help me a little? But you know, those are soaring. So the outcomes of people's salaries. So I don't know how you're gonna justify that, but
I'd like to say that this conversation is happening throughout the towns. The advisory council is interested in this. You know, we have very vibrant advisory council, the Barnstable County Home Construction Advisory Councils, who are looking at doing things differently, looking outside the box. We can't keep doing the same thing. With the Shared Regional Housing Service Program, with our drop-in centers, you know, they're always constantly trying to, well, how can we help in this sense and how can we help in that sense? And that helps because that kind of brings all the ideas together, and then we can kind of take a look at, some towns have tried some things that have worked and some towns have tried some things that haven't.
you know, Cape Cod, in the beginning, it was all about the kids. We have to have our kids be able to live here. And then it was, we need people who work here. And then it's like, people want to live on Cape Cod. Why are you blocking that? Well, not everybody, I can't move back to South Boston. He's helping me. So anyway, it's out of my price range. So, but the thing, it's something that we have to, forever. Everybody was happy to have the second, people have vacation homes here or build their second home. It gave you a tax base and it really didn't add a layer of infrastructure need or burden to the town because those people weren't here. It was really in the summer that people rented most of the time. And so we've built ourselves out. We don't have room now because everybody was sort of happy with that. And now all of that is costing more. I mean, COVID, it's like everybody came in and changed the game while we were all
Shame on that.
inside.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
bought people's houses and just,
I hate to interject, but we're gonna have to.
Okay.
wrap this
Anyway.
up.
it's just, we can take this at a coffee or something.
Anytime, Commissioner.
Anyway, all right. And
Thanks
there's
for coming in.
Thank you,
And I'm
Commissioner.
happy
Thank you.
to provide any data. I'm a data person, so I'm happy to provide data.
Absolutely. Yes,
See you.
yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks for everything.
Thank you. All right, Carol.
Good afternoon.
Good.
Nice to see you as
Good to
well.
see you. This item on the agenda is, we're gonna talk about
Yeah.
authorizing the assessment of the towns within the county under the provisions of the Home Rule Charter. And we have a total municipal assessment of $3.9 million. And so Carol's just gonna answer any questions that we might have on municipal assessment. Do we have any questions?
I have one question. Just 2.5% increase.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Commissioner Lyons, any?
No.
I'll take a motion.
I move to authorize the assessment of the towns within the county under the provisions of the Barnstable County Home Rule Charter, the amount of $3,997,746 as the county tax for the county of Barnstable for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimously. And it says it roll call, so let me just call this out again. Commissioner Bergstrom, you're a yes.
Bergstrom votes aye.
Lions votes aye.
Forrest votes aye. All right, now the next item, D2, is authorizing the assessment of the towns within the county under the provisions of the Home Rule Charter, the amount of $4.2 million for the Environmental Protection Fund tax. This is to fund the work of the Cape Cod Commission. That's a
Mhm.
separately authorized levy. So, do I have a motion? Before that, any questions for Carol?
No.
No?
Nope.
Okay. I have a motion.
Okay, I move to authorize the assessment of the towns within the county under the provisions of the Barnstable County Home Rule Charter. The amount of $4,286, I didn't go all the way through that number. $4,286,140 as the Environmental Protection Fund tax for the county of Barnstable for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Roll call vote, Commissioner Bergstrom.
Commissioner Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Lyons.
Lions votes aye.
Commissioner Forrest votes aye. It carries unanimously. The third item is authorizing an intra-category transfer within Category C, Group 9, Fringe Benefits, within the FY26 General Operating Fund budget pursuant to Section 8 of Ordinance Number 2025-03. I'm going to ask Carol just to give a brief explanation.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you so much. The fringe benefit is your group insurance line items, along with some workers' compensation and other minor categories, which include your retirement assessments as well. And so this year, there are changes that occur during the fiscal year, qualifying events, we call them, that aren't anticipated at the time that a budget is prepared. And so there's a few departments here that required some additional funds in their fringe benefits. And that would be the administrator's office, the assembly delegates, and your retirees. And so bringing forth a budget transfer that is provided for within Section 8 of the ordinance that appropriated the general fund budget. And I can certainly read that to you if you wish.
That's not necessary.
Okay. So the total amount of the increases for the departments that I mentioned for fringe benefits is $123,750. And I identified available funds in 3 other departments: information technology, finance, and health and environment, which were available to decrease those fringe benefits in order to fund the areas, the departments that required additional funding in the same amount.
That's great.
So there's no fiscal impact whatsoever.
That's great. Thank you, Carol, for making that clear. Do I have a motion?
I move to authorize to accept.
No.
Where are we?
Right here.
I move to authorize an intra-category transfer within category C, Group 9 fringe benefits of the fiscal year 2026 general fund operating budget pursuant to Section 8 of ordinance number 2025-03.
I second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Commissioner Bergstrom.
Mr. Bergster votes aye.
Commissioner
Lyons
Lyons.
votes aye.
And Commissioner Forrest votes aye. It carries unanimously. Let's go on to item number 4, which deals with the disposition of abandoned funds. Carol, do you want to
Thank you.
real quick?
So we typically call these tailings. And that really refers to stale dated checks, whether they're vendor checks or whether they're payroll checks. There is a new provision in Mass General Law that eases the requirement for municipalities and county governments to deal with tailings or to manage tailings. Whereas historically, this has been managed by the state treasurer's office. This allows local management of those funds. And so no longer would we need to sheet those funds to the state treasurer's office. They would stay within the county. And then once the period has expired and we've met all the requirements, then those funds would then be transferred into the general fund or the most appropriate fund that in which they originated. So accepting the provisions of this Mass General Law would allow for ease in management of stale dated checks. And we ask for your, and this is a requirement that you would need to accept these provisions.
Understood. Go ahead, Carol.
So is this available to the towns? Is this
Yes.
otherwise known as the free cash when they reconcile at the end
No.
of the year? No, it's totally
No,
separate.
this-
Okay.
This came about a number of years ago, and that, yes, many towns that I'm familiar with accepted the provisions at town meeting.
Mhm.
The provisions here would be accepted by the Board of Regional Commissioners, and this just allows for management of stale dated checks or checks that are not cashed that had been issued to move back to their county funds.
Clean things up quickly.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it. Commissioner Bergstrom.
That answers my question. These are checks we issue. Nobody cashed them. They're
Yeah.
hanging out there. A certain amount of time elapses.
Right.
And the money will then revert to the general fund.
Yes, once we have checked all the boxes, if you will, reached out to the vendor or employee, advertised it on the website, advertised it in a general circulation, things of that nature. Once we meet all those objectives, then yes, you're correct.
Okay. Commissioner Bergstrom, do we have a motion?
I move to authorize to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 200A, Section 9A, relative to the disposition of abandoned funds and uncashed checks, and authorize the county treasurer to implement administrative procedures consistent with said statute.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Commissioner Bergstrom,
Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Lyons,
Lyons votes aye.
and Commissioner Forrest votes aye. It carries unanimously. Item E, proposed ordinance 2026 to be named, authorizing the rescission of a portion of borrowing authorization previously approved under ordinance 2024-01 for the cooperative extension AmeriCorps vehicle replacement project in the amount of $6,634.25. I think this is pretty self-explanatory.
Mhm.
Would you like to make a motion?
I move to introduce proposed ordinance 2026 to be named, authorizing the recession of a portion of borrowing authorization previously approved under ordinance 2024-01 for the cooperative extension of AmeriCorps vehicle replacement project in the amount of $6,634.25.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none. Commissioner Bergstrom,
Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Lyons,
Lyons votes aye.
Commissioner Forrest votes aye as well. It carries unanimously. Item number F, proposed ordinance to be named, authorizes the rescission of a borrowing authorization dealing with the Cape Cod Commission and language that authorizes the project to be funded through the use of restricted balances within the Cape Cod Environmental Protection Fund. Let's at least get a motion on the table and then we'll see if anybody has any questions.
I move to introduce proposed ordinance 2026 to be named, authorizing the rescission of borrowing authorization previously approved under ordinance 22-09 of the Cape Cod Commission capital building project associated with the purchase and renovation of office and meeting space in the amount of $4 million, and to further authorize the project to instead be funded through the use of restricted balances within the Cape Cod Environmental Protection Fund, CCEPF, in the same amount of $4 million.
You have a second?
Second.
Are there any question, comment, concern? Hearing none, roll call vote. Commissioner Bergstrom,
Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Lyons,
Lyons votes aye.
Forrest votes aye. It passes unanimously. Item number G involves authorizing expenditures or for the dredge. I'll take a motion and then we'll have a discussion.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
move to introduce proposed ordinance 2026 to be named, authorizing the Dredge Enterprise Fund capital program to rescind borrowing authorization previously approved under ordinance 2025-01 in the amount of $150,000 for the replacement of a CAT engine on a booster station, and to authorize the repurposing of the remaining authorized, unissued, and/or unexpended bond proceeds in the amount of $76,613.01 for the CAT engine capital project for the Dredge Enterprise Fund.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions on this motion?
So what we're doing is just transferring.
You are correct. Back in 2013, it was authorized to purchase a dredge. That dredge was purchased and those funds were borrowed for a total of $2 million. The actual expenditures were lower than $2 million, meaning that there was surplus borrowing of $172,500. And so the county should utilize all of those borrowed funds rather than going out into the market and borrowing new funds. And so this is just a step in that process.
Yes, exactly right. Okay,
Okay.
great.
Any other questions? Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Bergstrom,
Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Lyons,
Lyons votes aye.
Commissioner Forrest votes aye. It carries unanimously. And let's move on to the next item, moving right along, proposed ordinance dealing with this is H, dealing with another budget transfer. Let's get a motion on the table and then we'll go from there.
I move to introduce proposed ordinance 2026 to be numbered later, authorize general fund balance transfers totaling $81,500 for the purpose of funding information technology salaries of $1,500 and laboratory supplies of $80,000.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, Commissioner Bergstrom,
Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Lyons,
Lions votes aye.
Commissioner Forrest votes aye.
Let me have one question after this. The laboratory doesn't have its own fund, capital fund that they can dish into.
The laboratory is part of the general fund, so it's a department or a division within the Health and Environment Department.
Mhm.
And as I have been presenting to the board in the quarterly financial reports, I began discussing supplies, laboratory supplies and tariffs, and the increase, the significant increase in those supplies. And that's $80,000 of this transfer, of this request is for that purpose. The other $1,500 is due to an IT employee that retired unexpectedly. Well, served the county very well.
Oh, too bad they're gone. Yeah.
That's good, Carol.
All
Well, I
right.
hate to say it, Carol, but I don't think we have any more items for you. I think we're all done.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
Let me
well, nice
just
to
thank
see
you
anyway.
for all your
Thank you.
hard work.
Yes.
And
always.
this week we heard the assembly officials talking about a structural financial challenge that needs to be met. This is the first time I've heard them talk openly about our financial challenges. So I want to commend you for your education of the other body, because we need to be all on the same page
Right.
in terms of understanding the
Hard
financial
time
challenges
accepting
ahead
that.
of us. And as you know, my frustration here has been that while we've grasped the challenge, we need to convince some others in county government, and I'm pleased to see that they see some of the challenges that we face as well. So thank you for your work on that regard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. It's a little
Okay.
easier.
So the next item is J, review and discuss a possible vote on a draft proposed ordinance creating the Emergency Management Department. And we're going to turn this over to our administrator, Michael Dutton, to sort of lead the conversation, but we have an army of people here to answer any questions if Michael, for some reason, is unable to do so.
It's all about the details and the data.
Yes, the data. Yes. And you don't care too much about that.
No, it's minor,
That's why Vera's here.
minor stuff. I do need help to try to figure out which of these presentations I'm bringing up and why it's not
That's why
showing up.
Robin's here. You know that.
Well, no, Robin
Why are you?
greased the wheels to allow me to share, and for some reason, my open. Well, in any case, you have in front of you this.
This handout.
So we'll
Emergency Management.
resort back to paper. And I just want to walk you through our proposal and let you know why we think this is a good time to be doing this and why we think it's good to do this. Number one, let me just sort of explain that this is a conversation that's been going on for probably about a year now. And we will, I'm fairly certain, we will be coming back to the board with more proposals to reorganize county government. A real reorganization hasn't occurred in a number of decades. So it's time for us internally to really take a look at what we're doing and make sure that we're allocating among the departments the programs that truly belong within those departments. So this has been a long time coming. This is the first piece. And because of some changes in emergency management, we felt that now was a good time to pull this trigger and propose this to you so that can have you can vote it, and then hopefully once you vote it, it can go back up to the assembly for their approval. Let me just give you an idea where we came from. Post 9/11, there was an influx of a significant amount of federal funding into sort of the emergency management realm. That money really was focused on counterterrorism, hazardous materials, and that became sort of the federal priority for state and county and local governments. Over the period of years between 1986, 2002, the SARA Title III created local requirements for local emergency planning committees. And Barnstable County founded the Regional Emergency Planning Committee in September of 2002 to support the towns in their efforts, planning efforts. Over the course of years, emergency planning was a department or a division that was placed underneath the health department. And that focus at the time was a hazmat focus. So the town still sort of dealt with their planning, local planning, and the county sort of looked at hazmat as its major focus, as you would expect under the health department. Today, emergency management really covers a host of things. As you've seen during the blizzard, we had the Emergency Operations Center, the MAC, as we call it. We dealt with sheltering, logistics, hazmat mitigation, and recovery. And we, as you have, for those that participated in the MAC calls during that blizzard, you realize that the towns are more and more relying on us to really take the lead. So it begs a whole different set of questions, which aren't really relevant here, as to, what is the county's role within emergency management, and how do we fulfill that role within the structure that we have now and the structure we're proposing. So I think there's a very significant amount of work to be done to really fill the role that we have become, and make sure that the towns are good with that. And I've explained this to many of my town administrator, town manager peers, as well as the leadership of the Regional Emergency Planning Committee. We are here to serve the towns. The towns need to tell us how they want us to serve them in their emergency management planning needs, and to the extent that we can find the budget to do that, we will do that. So those discussions will be ongoing. They've already occurred post blizzard in many of the after action sessions, but that'll be an ongoing discussion. Where we are today, picking up a little bit what I already talked about, we provide regional sheltering support, and there'll be more discussion about that. We provide training and exercises. We run exercises for the towns and staff, as well as internally. We build improvement plans and certify EOC and shelter personnel. We run tabletops and so forth. Regional and community preparedness. We coordinate, obviously, with our regional and emergency planning committee to make sure that we're in compliance with federal standards, as well as state and local standards. We provide disaster recovery assistance. We coordinate debris management, which is something that I think is sort of the hidden crisis as we move forward. As more and more land is developed, there are fewer and fewer places to dispose of debris, and nobody really thinks about the debris post-storm. But in conversations I've had with some of my peers, they're looking for places. Right. Yeah, it's a huge problem. Exactly. Huge problem. So just logistics and emergency equipment storage. We have a small amount of equipment that we can use during emergencies, and we loan that out and make sure that we maintain it. And then county emergency management and safety. Obviously, we provide expertise to the towns when the towns need it most. So why a separate department? And I won't take credit for creating this slide because I don't have such a good sense of humor. But Andrew plugged in, why would you put your fire department under your health agent, as sort of an example of why we are proposing a separate department for emergency management. As I've mentioned, the job of emergency management has changed over the years and is much more robust. And I think we can demonstrate and provide a significant value to the towns, providing a more robust approach to this. So first of all, it matches how government's organized in most of the other areas. So federal, state, and local governments are sort of organized as emergency management as a standalone. So there are decisions that have to be made during a disaster that really can't wait for the bureaucracy to move. So moving this as a separate department really clears the way and eliminates some of the bureaucracy during crisis. Some of the national standards really do require that we elevate emergency management. Also reduces friction with our public safety partners, making it clear that emergency management has a director, and that director can coordinate very directly with the police and fire departments and emergency management directors in the towns really helps. Potentially unlocks public safety funding, which is particularly important in this department, this proposed department, because it'll be a small department, and our success will really depend on our ability to grant fund a number of different items that the Cape towns really need. And then recovery works better when the organizational structures mirror each other. So it's just making things a more efficient operation. So moving on to proposed department structure, not proposing any additional FTEs at this point, but we'd have the 2.5 existing employees or existing positions would remanage as a department, a director, and then the emergency planning specialist and the logistics specialist. I would suspect that once we come back to the board with more changes to our organizational structure, likely towards the end of summer, you will see some additional programming and perhaps additional employees proposed to be plugged in under emergency management. But for right now, this is what we're looking at. Fairly straightforward. But work stream for 2027, quite an ambitious one. We've got a lot of work to do. Just establishing the department and its governance, revisiting, as I mentioned before, regional sheltering plans, and working with the towns to make sure that we can be very clear about what our role is in emergency sheltering. Obviously, training, multiple training programs, MOU work and revamped agreements, redrafted agreements, and strategic planning, which is critical, I think, for emergency planning. Revisiting the emergency operations center concept. What do we do? What don't we do? And then helping communities with their planning and community preparedness. So that is what is in front of you. There is verbiage in your packet in terms of an ordinance that gets once passed here, if you choose to pass it, would then go up to the assembly for their approval. And I have briefed a couple of the delegates on our work here, and so they're expecting it. And so far, I think the response has been fairly positive. So,
Commissioner Lyons?
So I'm assuming that this has all been discussed with the team, the players that are in that room, that are on that call.
mhm.
So they're all been talking about this.
I haven't discussed it with all 265
Yeah,
some odd, but the leadership of both the Cape and Islands Chiefs Association as well as the leadership of the REPC.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so everybody's happy with this, and I do always look at our role, and I will go to Bill Doherty. He always says, the county convenes, builds collaboration, and comes out with consensus. So the 3 C's. So anyway, I think it's high time. Not that it wasn't horrible under the health department, but I think it can relieve Jay to do more of public health and not worry too much during a storm. So I have my eyes dotted and that sort of thing. But this is a separate how to work, and you have to make sure that, and whoever is not there, you have, everybody knows what their job is, you know, just like on a ship.
Yeah.
On a Navy ship, they know whether the commander goes down, they know what to do.
Exactly. Commissioner Bergstrom?
Yeah, just to say, this is long overdue, and I wish that we had, and I think the need for this was recognized quite several years ago. And, you know, even before the recent issues with the emergency management. So sorry that we didn't pull the trigger on it sooner, because the disparate responsibilities of this department in the past just didn't seem to match up. So good that we're doing this now. I mean, there was no harm done that we was done, but it's better this way.
No, I think from my perspective, the recent storm was clearly an indicator that we needed to pull the trigger on this and move this, make the change. I think that all the reasons for doing this have been stated, and they've been stated well. I think my biggest concern has been the absence of planning, because this is something that has come up in the past. We've talked about planning and how well organized we are, and that's been a deficiency in the past. And I felt it's been inappropriate to sort of lay that deficiency at the leadership of the health department, when in fact, this is a department that really should stand on its own and be responsible for addressing those issues on its own. That's really not the health department's role. It should be the responsibility of the people that have been empowered. So it's time to now create the department and empower those personnel, and to create some expectations in terms of how this position is going to function. The towns like to have it both ways in some respects. All right. I mean, with all due respect, as a former town manager myself here in Barnstable County, at times the towns like to have it both ways. We like to give the county all the work to do in terms of helping prepare for a storm, but then on the other hand, when things go well, they're right out there taking credit for all the great work that's been done to respond to the storm. That's just the nature of the business. I think there is a recognition that's pretty evident that the county's role is an important one in responding. And I think, quite frankly, what worries me is we're due for a hurricane, you know, and I'm really very, very concerned about our ability as a region to be sufficiently prepared, given the fact that the feds have reduced their role, and the states have been, to some degree, impacted by that. So if there was ever a time where we have to step up and do more to be engaged in this effort, I think it's now, just given the changing responsibilities, or the attempt to change responsibilities at the federal level, and then to some degree at the state level. This is what county government, it's in Barnstable County, what we've always been about, and that is taking care of our own, taking care of our communities, and working together with our communities to make sure that when something gets dumped on us, we can figure out a way to work together to respond to that crisis, whether it's dredging, a health crisis, you name it. You know, we've had to stand tall. And so this is another area where it is time. As Commissioner Bergstrom said, it's long overdue. I'm glad we're taking this, and I'm glad we have the right people here in place to help carry us to the next stage. So I'm all in favor of this. So I'd like to, at least, it sounds like we're all ready to actually not just discuss this, but actually endorse the ordinance. And so I'm going to ask for a motion to introduce this proposed ordinance.
I move to introduce proposed ordinance 26, to be numbered later, creation of an emergency management department.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none.
Commissioner Bergstrom votes aye.
Commissioner Lyons?
Lyons votes aye.
Commissioner Forrest votes aye. It's unanimous. And thank you all for your
For all
hard work and
all the
pulling
work
this together.
Thank you.
And thank you for hanging in there all day with us. So,
There you go.
no, I think it's good. You know,
Thank you.
I think at the beginning, the county was a little hesitant, and really, you know, we didn't have a lot of money. We didn't have the future was uncertain in many ways. And this is even before Vera was there. And they put some money in, but it's it really is the place where you can convene the entire region and get everyone on the same page.
So gentlemen,
It's
thank you
time
once again.
To.
You're excused.
Official.
Thanks
you.
for hanging in there all day with us.
Yes,
Okay.
right.
Thank you. Right. So facilities planning. Now, Robin, are we at a point where we want to take a quick recess?
Okay.
Grab some nourishment? If there's no objection, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess, grab some food, and then reconvene and
Maybe
you
10.
wanna make it 10? Okay, 10,
10-minute recess.
10 minutes. Very good. Yeah.
Okay, like,
The facility condition assessment and master plan update where we are today. It's not advancing.
Try the space bar, just out of curiosity.
There we go. You're okay. So just to review, you know, we have to look at all the county property on a global perspective. This map just shows, for those that aren't familiar with Barnstable County, we have property leases, licenses across Cape Cod, high volume of square footage, lots of bodies, and we're trying to look at our organization as a whole and figure out how to strategically move forward with planning to house them and grow in the future. So with part of the master plan, we started off with just a survey of what we have. So when you get we'll be providing you with a final copy of the master plan. So when you review, you'll see we have a summary of all of our buildings we have, staff headcount, square footages, how they're broken up into different groups. It also includes property outside of the complex. So we have Mass Tech, the farm, the former Fire Training Academy, Children's Cove. So with that, we are looking with the master plan, essentially two, or I call it even three phases, where the first phase was our data collection. So the master plan program started with interviewing all staff departments, all stakeholders, visioning sessions with our county administrator, assistant administrator, and finance director, looking how we can support our needs now and how we could grow in the future. The other part was the facility condition assessment, looking at what we have for our building inventory, document the condition of the buildings, have engineering teams go through and review them. We did a laser scan of all of our buildings to develop AutoCAD drawings, Revit drawings, so we could work off of in the future. There's significant cost savings to do that. And then obtaining a dollar value associated with the work identified in the facility condition assessment for new projects. From there, once we had this large data collection, we were looking to plan different growth scenarios. So looking at how we would house different departments, what would be a public facing group, what wouldn't be. We looked at the ability to expand onto different county owned properties with zoning and planning analysis, and also cost associated with that. In the end, what we were looking to get is hopefully a select group of scenarios to maybe proceed with as a guide. But obviously we would need your review and buy-in on that. So just to give a quick recap of the facilities condition assessment, it was a series of multiple site visits. Again, data collection. We had different engineers under disciplines of structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, lighting, security, building envelope, site and civil code, looking at all these different components of the buildings and essentially putting together a master document. This slide right here shows a high-level assessment of all of our buildings and the needs associated with them. So we dedicated a rating system to the condition of the building. Most of ours are in the middle of the road range. We had some that fell into the poor category, some that were in the good category. So once we identified these series of projects, we then went and ranked them as far as what is a high urgency project versus what is a low urgency. So some critical, say facade repairs, for example, where we have a known leak or a perceived leak coming. We want to take care of that so we don't have water infiltration damaging the interior of the building. Or, for example, HVAC equipment that needs to be addressed, or an electrical service like the Registry of Deeds and this building here that have been around since the beginning of the construction. We need to update them. We're going to have a critical failure, and then we're all out of business here where our generator wouldn't be able to support that work. So we came up with our ranking system. And then from there, we came up with a deferred maintenance cost summary. And I think, as you can note, there's some significant values associated with each building. This is a conglomerate of all the projects we've identified. So again, they don't all need to be done at once. There's high priority, medium, and low mixed together. One key takeaway is even from last year when we started this program, the initial costs came in at $72 million for deferred maintenance. Now we're looking at $78 million. So part of that, we know there's a natural inflation with construction work, 4 to 8%, depending on what you look at. But also we have fuel costs, tariffs, and other outside unique circumstances, just given the Cape Cod economy, that are creating, I think, elevated costs to do the work. So it's important that we have a grasp on all the details of what needs to be done as we're looking forward to put our best foot forward. The other key thing I'll just quickly touch on is the trial courts. We have a lease with them. They occupy 55% of our square footage. So if you look at a quick breakdown, 44 million of that could be very easily attributed to them and work associated with the space that they're in. Likely even more if we start really detailing the nitty gritty of each project. So it's a huge component of the
Would you
awareness.
just do to pay for that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is where we're looking. This master plan is going to act as a stepping stone where we're
In
going to.
phases, I mean,
They do pay.
they do pay, so I mean, we're not gonna say 44 million tomorrow, but I mean, year by year, every couple of years, we're gonna be asking again, I imagine.
Yes, we need a plan to base our work off that's vetted, that obviously our county administrator approves, and obviously commissioners and elected officials. So right now, this is just for an update, informational purposes. At some point, we'll be looking for feedback from you on it. Moving forward with the master plan review. Again, I said we looked through a head count of all our different staff. We looked at square footages. We broke our departments up into who was public facing, who was a behind the scenes administrative, and then who was a field department. So we made some connections from certain groups that they're working in close proximity might be an advantage. So we looked at existing, we looked at potential future configuration. Not a huge expansion, but just some to be aware. Either we have to have some ideas or game plans to not build a building and then realize it's too small for our group. So
When you go back to the Yarmouth building, into that last slide there, I'm looking at that.
the Yarmouth.
What do we have an idea what we roughly pay for that 4,200
Ooh.
ballpark?
Yeah.
Is it-
Give me a sec.
Yeah, I don't want to turn this into a career. But I'm just curious what that costs us. That's a fairly good sized piece of property.
Yes.
4,200. I've been in that building. There's a
What do
lot
we
of
do with
places.
that building?
Cooperative extensions there.
Oh,
68,000 a year. Is that the lease? Is that what you're
Is that
asking?
what it is?
I believe it's
68 grand a year.
68,000.
60 something, yeah.
Thanks.
I'm all about the data.
Yeah, when we speak of the old
You'll
jail,
never
we're
live that
talking
down.
about that portion of the old jail that's already in use.
Yes, the
Not
component,
the port that isn't.
not the south wing, and this is a really tricky one to present on. In that there's so many details and everything. So, once you dig into the report, you'll see there's an analysis of the south wing itself and the advantages and disadvantages of trying to rehab it.
Yesterday's news.
So again, in a perfect world scenario, as far as a plan or guide to go by, we looked at our different groups, who's public facing. So for example, the nursing, Aqua Fund, human rights, human services, parts of cooperative extension. It would make sense in the perfect world if we had a hub where the public could come in and meet with all of them. Then behind the scenes, some of the adjacencies where, county administration, finance, even emergency preparedness, we work with each other quite a bit. Other groups could be more standalones for the fire, dredge, or Children's Cove. So there's lots of block diagrams as far as how staff could be oriented and what would make the most sense, efficiency purposes. From there, this is just a cut into the master plan where, knowing what we need for square footage for each group, we did some basic block and stack diagrams as far as, what would we occupy for space? If we have 30 people in a building, we have code issues for a lot of bathrooms or potentially multi-story. We're gonna have elevators, common space. So trying to get a visual of what we would need for each condition. So that's all included in the master plan too. So from there, I think the key part to really identify is, we went through our data collection background phase. Now we're moving into this second component as far as the scenarios. So when we went through these scenarios, we were looking at, co-location, room for growth, a public interface, site placement to meet department needs. It's hard if you're, on the second floor of the health department building, having a public person navigate through there, obviously single floor, ease of entrance, and then addressing code. So from here on in, there's going to be a ton of information on these slides. I'm going to try to do my best to quickly summarize them. Obviously, when you go jump into reviewing it, you could, there's multiple pages to back up each slide here. But just to go over the 5 scenarios, essentially, we came down to working with our consultant Gensler. So the first scenario 1 would be taking the old jail, renovating the existing, and then adding an addition to it to accommodate our, so that would be essentially the concept model where we take that existing building and add to it. They identified that the south wing was not cost effective to utilize. It'd be better to build new than utilize that south wing. And there's a long list of backup on there, but just,
Would they demolish the south wing? Yeah,
With
so
this-
that would
with this-
include demolition and then a new build.
yes,
Okay.
and the thing to keep in mind too, this is a high level. So say if we need to add on an additional 25,000 square feet, there's different concepts you could have with this. And they in the master plan, they have a couple different visions of it. So the key thing with this scenario is knowing it's existing building with a significant addition. The other components would be the lab, renovate the second floor of the lab to get human services out of there. Lab would stay as a lab. And then our other buildings, like with the fire, former fire training academy, the county farmhouse and Children's Cove, it would be utilizing existing space plus additions there. So essentially no new builds here. But there's, you can see on the left of each sheet here, there's some pros and cons where, okay, one pro would be trying to pull everyone together into that old jail rehab building. Water quality lab could be operate fully under their own control, not have public coming in for human services. But then there's some risk associated with renovating an existing building. The floor plate in the old jail is extremely inefficient. That's a concern. And then accessibility. So there's not a lot of parking there, and it's inconvenient from the public to get into that building. So that's scenario 1. Scenario 2 would be and this is broke up into 2A and 2B, but a new build. So we'd look at our location on our county complex, build a new building, call it 57,000 square feet. So this would be great in that it would be the ideal scenario. You could bring all of our groups together. It'd be laid out specifically for us. The concern obviously is cost. New builds are significantly expensive. And then the other thing to mention in this one is the lab would have a new addition or reconstruction, which any kind of lab work is significantly expensive. So the other groups I've talked about, essentially they're going to be existing or an addition onto, so they kind of go into the same pod for each group. So to recap, scenario 1 would be old jail with an addition. Scenario 2 would be a new build. Scenario 2B, very similar to the one I just spoke about with, except that we would just continue to renovate the lab. We wouldn't do all new construction of the lab. So essentially the same thing, but there's some significant cost of savings by not renovating the entire lab. Scenario 3, we're moving off of our campus to look at Finney's Lane to build a roughly 33,000 square foot building. So be new build on Finney's Lane. Most of the other buildings would remain the same or as an addition. This would be a great location. The footprint could be custom built for us. The problem is the Finney's property is, even though it looks large from an overhead view, there's site development restrictions.
Right.
There's a 300-foot offset off of Route 132. There's a groundwater protection area. And the square footage is really, even though it seems like it's a very large building, it's small for us. So it wouldn't be the best fit. And it also moves us off of our legacy that we have here at the complex off-site. So that's an important piece to keep in mind, where we're trying to value keeping the complex relevant until something comes up, whether it's direction or a cost issue where we can't proceed that way.
We've looked at Finney's Lane off and on a number of times. And it's the water restriction, it really does, it's not going to conform to what you want, unless you put it upstairs or something, but it's
Yes. So
employee housing.
yeah, these And the master plan explores different ideas and scenarios and development plans for each, so we can, take the deep dive at some point on all of that. And the final scenario would be essentially renovate in place. So do the best we can with what we have. So we really try to gut the old jail, try to squeeze people in, maybe go with an extreme hybrid option, maybe have conference rooms be shared. Maybe you could have convertible conference rooms where, say, the harbor view room could be staffed during the day, and then but again, it would be great for optimizing our existing properties. It would likely be the most cost-effective approach. But then we have a compromised workplace. The teams would be disconnected, and our public service would likely be impacted too. If we had staff overflowing into all the space, we might not have conference rooms or things available for, say, a nursing clinic or something like that. The other thing is some of the other buildings we would try to really just put minimal input into for renovation. So wouldn't do anything elaborate for additions, just bare bones, trying to get by with what we have. So an important thing just to note with these, in a new build scenario or the complex in general, part of the study was to have our consultant look at our site and just see what we could do with it on either extreme. Keep it as is, but also just know all the parameters we have to work in. So the key thing about this one, this plan to be looking at, if we had a new building, where would we put it? This option shows the building at the music grandstand as far as an adjacent location. They explored potential for a parking deck as far as the extreme end of expansion. They looked at also potential for our development to for mixed use commercial or housing. I know those terms scare people, but we just wanted to set some parameters where in the future, say, a few years down the road, someone decides that is a strong interest, we at least have the background. So if you look at this master plan document, you have all the details about what we're looking at, and you can make some decisions from there. So option A, going another option B would create a quad hub around the Superior Courthouse and Registry of Deeds, putting a new building there with potential for another building next to the old White House Sheriff's residence. So again, a parking deck, footprint was included in case that option would want to be explored. And then again, potential for development housing. So to sum it all up again, and going through our scenarios. So scenario one was renovate the old jail with an addition with some renovations to our existing property. Scenario two would be a new build with a new water quality lab. 2B would be a new build without a new water quality lab and renovations. Scenario three would be a new build at Finney's Lane, and scenario four would be renovating what we have. And if you look at the final dollar values, where scenario one is at 174 million. The new build is 189 million. Scenario 2B is at 185 million. Finney's Lane property, 148 million. And scenario 4, the renovate, 139 million. They're all significant values. So after the whole process, we went back to Gensler and we said these costs are, obviously, significant. What can we do to really cut back? So with scenario 2B, just with that new build, it piqued everyone's interest. Where how could we maybe hybridize certain groups? How could we shrink some of the space? And by trying to shrink the footprint on to the extreme end, we got it down to 155 million. So it's not perfect for what we need, but it can suit our needs. But again, a significant cost. And the other thing to note with this component, we did look at leasing and even the potential to buy existing properties. There's challenges with either, but they're summarized in the report too for inference. So if somebody says, well, why doesn't the county just look at leasing a property, or why don't you look at purchasing an existing? That's backed up in the master plan as well, and it could all warrant further discussion. So with that from here, I was going to open it up for discussion and questions. And essentially what we're looking to do is present you with the final master plan. You could review, and we look to regroup. I know Michael had some ideas about discussion points or schedule in the future, but we look forward to having more conversations with maybe a future meeting where we get input from you as far as a direction or which way to explore.
Okay, so
Just one quick question about court space. Is building new court facilities an option that we looked at? Because I'm wondering if we're building something new, for example, if we're building, because I'm assuming that's the same deal with the registry of deeds and the probate court, right? If we improve those facilities, we get reimbursed for that work, right?
Right.
I'm wondering, because in my mind, I look at them as those tenants as potential candidates for new facilities, bake in a reimbursement for the capital cost of that. That frees up that space for county reuse, rather than us having to, the old jail and spending an enormous amount of money to demolish the back end of it and build new. That I get worried about that becoming a real money pit.
It is already.
You know what I mean? And so there's a part of me that would, it's almost like I'd like to find a way to build new facilities for the registry and for probate, build a reimbursement plan that works, that's fluid, and then renovate that facility and allow that to be used for county space. And so they get something new. Let's face it, when you go through their facilities, it's tight over there.
It's tight and it's dated.
It
This
is.
building, it's like the same.
It is. And, quite frankly, they do a lot of interaction with the public. They're incredibly busy offices. To me, in my mind, if we were going to build a new building on the campus, it's like, where's the public's demand for access? I look at the probate court as generating a lot of activity. The courts are busy. They seem to be generating more traffic. And it's almost like there's a part of me that would be more interested in figuring out a way to finance those improvements, get them out of older facilities and move county personnel in the older buildings. And then not necessarily have a high expectation on how quickly those are renovated, if you know what I mean. So I'm getting at, so sort of as a conceptual, I'm looking for a sort of a conceptual approach. And so every time I look at this, I keep thinking, well, every time I'm over at the registry, I mean, they're out straight. They're busting at the seams. The registry of deeds, not so much.
Right.
But those are areas where the public utilizes those spaces quite a bit.
Yep.
The courthouses are busy. District courthouse is busy. It's almost like there's clearly a need to renovate that. Maybe there are court-related offices that can be baked into a renovated courthouse.
Yeah.
And again, we inherit the space that those other offices would abandon. Does that conceptually make any sense at all?
It absolutely does. We planned on taking this master plan facilities and condition assessment, also providing it to the facilities group on the courts, just for an FYI to them, and opening up potential for future discussion, which we're looking for.
Yeah, I have a question too.
Yeah, but I see Vera's got her hand up busy.
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up question to your thinking, Commissioner. Are you suggesting that perhaps new facilities for the courts would be accompanied by a new lease agreement?
Oh, yeah, definitely. There'd be new lease agreements, long-term, and we'd work it out so that the financing would be there. Whether it's baked into our rent or in subsequent additional reimbursements or whatever. But yeah, the thing is we know we need to build new. I'd rather build new for somebody else that's going to be paying for the cost of it or reimbursing us for the cost of it. And we can bake those added costs into the rents rather than building new for the county. And then we have to eat those costs. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's from a paradigm point of view, that's sort of where my head is at. How do we solve the problem by getting somebody else to pay the most we can get from them to pay for the new facilities, and then we utilize what's being left behind or unused? That's my thought.
Is there anything that restricts like probate court being with district court. I mean, say we built over on that side where the district court is. Say you built a brand new building that encompasses probate district court. And even in the registry of deeds, you could throw it there. I mean, if possible, it all depends on how,
Could you go back?
what the size
Yeah,
is.
can you go back to one of the scenarios showing the footprint of some of the new buildings in the middle? You had one site plan showing a new build option in the middle.
Courtyard.
Yeah.
Concept.
And also the thought of putting parking underneath.
I think it's Paul.
Yeah, having it like, yeah, 1 second. It's giving me a hard time.
Giving you a hard time?
It's giving me a hard time sharing here with
Going to that slide.
going to the slide. Yeah.
There's a parking deck. Now now that scenario there. All right.
Geez, I'm trying to share a bigger.
That's okay. No, that's good. Good.
All right. There we go. Bingo. I find this slide to be a fascinating one because when I look I don't look at a new county administrative building. I look at that as a potential building for registry of deeds and probate and maybe other court-related needs, right? Probation is over in the new courthouse, right? The state pays for their facility costs, right? They reimburse us on that. So I'm looking at the spaces that generate a lot of public activity. And to me, I find, and again, it doesn't have to be there. I mean, it could be up on the hill, like off to the far, what is it, the southwest corner of the complex. There's space up there. It could be almost anywhere. But I don't necessarily, if the public is going to be utilizing significantly space, like probate, registry of deeds, other court-related functions, that to me does not appear to be an unattractive place to put a new building for those purposes. I'm not sure, like I said, I want to start off thinking about a new building for the county because that's all on us. All right, whereas
Yeah.
I'd rather, see what I'm getting at?
I know exactly what you're getting.
Right? It's the same thing with the first district courthouse. Maybe there's a way to reconstruct or redo or maybe demolish one section, make a larger section on the southeast corner of that area, do more with that area, right?
Completely understood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be further evaluated.
Right. So from my point of, again, I'm trying to start from a sort of a philosophical approach that may offer the potential for greater yields and benefits to the county long term. So the thinking is does it potentially make sense for us to approach this as a scenario in one, add that as a scenario,
I
right?
think that's exactly why Paul is sort of presenting what Gensler, our consultants, come up with, because we want to get exactly those types of ideas back so that we can begin to do some work to figure out the feasibility.
Right.
So that's exactly.
So if we're building new space in this area or in some other related nearby area, to me, I'm thinking of the courts, the other state offices that we lease space to, particularly those that the public utilizes. The other thing that I think we need to be cognizant of is the way things are designed. Now, I'm not suggesting that in anything new we go after the Quincy granite, all right? I mean, if money was no object, well, then maybe that's on the list. But I don't want to repeat what we did with this building, right? You have this beautiful historic structure, And then we added this ridiculous addition that just trashes this historic structure, right? We're gonna build something, I mean,
Yeah,
let's,
they complement.
yeah.
Beautifully.
And, you know, I'm, you know, we always like to say we want to keep Cape Cod special, keep a
Right.
special place special, you know? The reality is that sometimes we get laughed at for saying that. Sometimes people use it as a joke. But I think with this complex, we need to be very mindful of architecture, design,
History.
style. So I guess what I'm saying is no matter how close we get to a consensus, I honestly believe there'll be a huge reservation factor because many people are going to be concerned about, well, having said all that, what's it going to look like? Are we going to be trashing this place? We had someone, this is an aside, quick aside, we had someone come to the Yarmouth Select Board meeting last night. And he basically, wicked articulate, he would have fit in perfectly in Wellfleet, Sheila. And he was talking about, it was like talking to the select board saying, what are you people nuts? You proposed a $40 million library over there? Did you look at what it looked like? This is Cape Cod, you know? It didn't even look like it fit here.
Right.
You know, and he was basically trying to knock some sense into people. And I honestly think that particularly in this village, if there's a place where there might be a heavy dose of skepticism about scrutiny and building something new, it's going to be here. So if we're going to be involved in trying to conceptualize for any public consumption, anything that we come up with, we need to be working with an architect or a design firm, someone that can again, for conceptual drawings, not for somebody that has a grasp of new but consistent, because the track record is awful. We got neo-fascist up on the hill, right? We got god-awful here on the back end of the courthouse. I mean,
Brutalism over there.
brutalism over there. I mean, everything that's been built in this village has been basically a departure from what makes Cape Cod special, what makes it a great place, right? So I think we just can't allow it to be screwed up again, right?
No, I agree, and that will cost.
My off-base commissioner.
Well, yeah, you know, I had this experience with the old combined high school built in 1925 in Chatham, which, you know, you look at it at face, it's square, it has a clock tower, the sides are both symmetrical with big windows, it's all brick, beautiful building. And we were going to renovate it since it was not occupied to make it into a community center, which we eventually did. And the first thing I said, well, I want the architecture to be consistent with the building that's there now. And I lost that battle. Okay. A total loss. And so now you have this beautiful old brick building, and attached to it is this glass and steel structure going back there. And, you know, yes, it's efficient, but, and you compare that to the library, which was, you know, even a more ancient structure in Chatham, where they did put an addition on, which was consistent architecturally, not necessarily internally, but externally with the building was there, and it's beautiful. You know, so I totally agree with Mark. I mean, a few extra bucks to make a building look like it belongs there and consistent with the structures there is well worth it.
Yeah, I probably, if I was in Chatham during your tenure there, I probably would have started with the proposed glass structure first, let people rebel against that, and then come back with the brick building.
But, you know, just
what I mean?
just to go on, I agree with Mark. I think that, you know, for instance, giving this structure over to the county government and building new courthouses new would probably be, from a financial standpoint, a pretty good idea. My mind goes to this road that goes up and eventually parallels the old jail. Well, if you look down toward the north, toward the Barnstable Harbor, the road drops off. You know, and a structure could be built there that would actually have a ground level entrance and offices down below. You know, which would overlook the parking lot and overlook the Barnstable Harbor. And, you know, that could be turned into county offices and so on. I mean, it's not, there's nothing much there now, so.
Yeah, the other thing, if I could just add another item with respect to the old, I don't see us ever in my lifetime abandoning the old jail. But there may be other uses that can be accommodated with grant money. All right. I honestly believe if we get our act together with, and I know we will get our act together on emergency management and long-term emergency planning. The odds that we could get federal funding for an emergency operations center for, I mean, I'm making the assumption that some degree of sanity is going to come back to Washington, DC, and we'll be in the business of helping regions do what needs to be done in terms of emergency management. You know, FEMA in the past has funded emergency operations centers. It may very well be in our long-term planning that we can designate the back end of that building as a place where we improve our emergency operations center. We use grant monies to underwrite the modernization of the building and do it in phases. So as funds become available, as some, you know, we've had a lot of success in getting grant earmark type funding for projects lately. That could potentially be a source of funding. And so we should be thinking about within our plan, have we thought through potential needs here for an improved and more modern emergency operations center? Maybe even shelter space, maybe better space, single floor for doing clinics for folks, flu shots and stuff like that, sort of a public health. Because I think some of that stuff could be funded by grants. And what we could do is we could just say, listen, the back end of the jail is going to be a bit challenging. So these are the things that we have basically dedicated for this part of the building, and our approach to funding that stuff is going to be through grants and federal funding and so forth. And we're going to target the stuff that we know has the potentially reasonably good chance of getting funded, again, over a 5 to 10 year period. Because I could conceivably see, you know, when folks in Barnstable Village need to go shelter somewhere, where do they go? Why not? I mean, if we're going to have an emergency operations center and be doing business in the county, wouldn't it make sense for us to have at least a small shelter for folks from the village, for them to come and get shelter and get warm in the event
Go
of a
to
storm?
Barnstable Intermediate, they go down the streets of Barnstable Intermediate. Isn't that where?
I don't know. I guess I think it's worth thinking about, is there a potential build out before we completely say, let's flip it to housing? And again, I think I think housing becomes controversial for a variety of reasons, particularly in the big.
And it is surrounded by wetlands. I think some of that would be more challenging than it appears right there.
Yeah.
Can I ask so I want to go back to the existing jail. So you're saying that with the south side or the section?
Yeah, the south wing.
The south
Do
wing
you
is
have
not-
anything with a footprint on the jail in your slide packet?
That's
Your
not,
slide deck.
we should take another walk up there someday
I don't know if I,
and look at that. So what would we do with that? If it's not a rehab type of thing, could it be utilized for what? Storage?
Talking about the old,
The old, yeah,
the unrenovated section.
yeah,
Right.
it could be potentially modified for storage space, equipment, you know, maybe emergency management. But again, if it would be a larger garage space, you have to cut in to that concrete and build up a structure, and then we would trigger, you know, all the different code issues where you'd have to have air exchange, you know, HVAC. So it'd be a significant project. I mean, we could.
I guess there's a way to, what I'm trying to figure out is there's a way to utilize it without having to spend a lot of our money.
right.
Well, I know that.
Or any
That
of
is
our.
definitely-
So right now, I mean, I think some of the major expenses up there in terms of rehab are just, you know, the utility, you know, MEPs, as well as the facade. I mean, the facade is in bad shape. I mean, everybody thinks a brick facade is going to last forever. It could last forever, but it needs to be maintained. And so there's a lot of work that would need to be done on the facade and the roof. in order to really make that a usable
Yeah.
space.
So it conversely, would it just be cheaper to cut that and cut it out,
So
demolish it?
the keynote I got out of the text was Genzo looked at renovating it versus building new, and the cost to renovate is almost the same as building
Exactly.
new. So their recommendation would be, you're gonna put this money into it in the can of worms, you'd be better off demoing it and building new in place. And I know you have the railroad tracks right there too, which is another setback challenge.
Let me just.
But they were pushing us, just beware.
That's absolutely makes sense because it's
Yeah.
dank, it's moldy, and even when we try to do stuff, it doesn't keep machinery well, all of those issues would be huge.
That's probably asbestos.
And I'm sure all of those things.
Anyway,
Ron.
yeah, let me just jump in here. Just thinking off the top of my head, it'd be amazing to get a conceptual plan of the unrated event section and basically see if there's anybody's interested to lease part of it, I mean, just do a conceptual saying, hey, look, we have this building, it's centrally located and we will take care of the utilities and the HVAC and everything like that. And here's, you can lease this, and this, and maybe we could do it that way. Because I hate to see, I mean, we could tear down the building, but as Mark says, that opens up a kind of worms, tearing down a building and hauling this stuff away, so, it's going to be an issue. And, another thing I want to say is a few years ago, we renovated what is now the Mary Pat Flynn Conference Center. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did a beautiful job. We got big screens and stuff. It's totally underutilized. I mean, it is really underutilized. I mean, and for all the high stuff that's put in there, how often is it people meet? Plus the fixed desks and so on basically limit the use of the building. So it can't be used because otherwise, we have a conference center, the Harbor View Conference Center, which you can use. But one of those spaces could have been used for office space, and even if it meant cubicles and stuff. But I just think that we could have done a better job of utilizing the space that we have now. I don't want to go through the past too much, but nonetheless.
Yeah, but I missed.
It was a
No, I think it's a great idea. And the reality is maybe you could look at a divider in the Mary Pat Flynn room, and then you got plenty of tables in there. And if you need to shrink it, you can shrink it. You can use two conference rooms there maybe, and then use the other space for office space to get more office space out of that. There may be some value in looking at that as part of an option, Ron.
That building, that room was always difficult because of the poles, because of the structure of it. You can't remove those. They're structural poles. You can't remove those.
I'm not suggesting.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it just made it hard I think it would be much more efficient to be an office as opposed to trying to make it a meeting room or whatever when you can't see everybody and you're over here and it's a hard logistic place for a meeting.
We've talked about, the electricity is fed through the poles right now, but I've talked with Don Reynolds, our facility director, about having the poles removed, and there's some structural leaps you have to take. But again, for maybe a relatively short investment for a good turnaround, it might be worth looking into for sure.
Well, another thing I'd like to bring up is that we will be finishing the fiscal year in a few weeks, and we'll get a report on whether we have accumulated a surplus in the operating budget. And
you mean an underserved fund balance?
Yeah, what we do with the money that we get is going to be a question. And right now we're talking about capital expenditures, which this was included. So I'm thinking, and I mentioned this before, that we cap the amount of money we put into revenue contingency. And we decide to shift some of the money that we're getting into capital. I think
those are all interesting ideas, Commissioner. I think what we need to do is figure this out, give some direction to this. No, but the point is you don't know what you're paying for until you know what it is you're buying. So let's figure out what we're buying and figure out our game plan sort of in terms of the big capital expenditures. Let's figure out what that number is roughly the general time frame, and then from there, that's your starting point for taking your next cut at a long-range financial plan.
We look forward to obviously getting some of the comments you had already into motion, and we plan on revisiting this conversation, I think, many times in front of you to.
Well, we're gonna have to, this is gonna take multiple iterations. Yeah.
And we're gonna rethink things again.
But I share your reservation about spending a lot of money on old stuff, the money pit problem,
Oh, yeah.
right? So I'm there, but the question is, if you're building new for who? Do you build new for us, or maybe it makes sense to build new for some of the other tenants where you have a chance of getting a lot of that work paid for? All right?
Yes.
And then we take the spaces that have been abandoned for county folk.
We'll have some conversations with Carol
All
to get going on some conceptual modeling. We always like to approach with our how is the process going to go, and then from there we can
Carol who?
Carol Capola,
Oh,
Carol,
okay.
yeah, just conceptual financing, her ideas, and we'll come up with a plan, maybe some sort of a memo for circulation as far as a visualization and how we start
I
tackling
think
some of
there's
these.
a lot of internal work, yeah,
Mhm.
to play with before we come back and have a public discussion with us here on this stuff.
Well, we gotta put the cart before the horse. Do we decide what we gotta do and then ask Carol what it costs? Or do we tell, Carol, give us some costs and then we'll decide what to do? So that's the thing, we should have some direction in this.
A little of both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's on my list, I think,
Feedback for now?
yeah, I think this is perfect. I think we'll go back and do a little digging on some of the concepts that you brought up. We'll also, try to put some rough cost estimates on what we'd have to put into the old jail in order to make it usable as either emergency operations center or office space or storage space. So we'll plug in some numbers there and.
It's like getting the maximum utilization with the least amount of investment.
Yeah.
What's the most we can get out of it without really going broke over it? Because it's basically, it's a money pit.
No, it always has been. And, there was, I remember when the Obama
Yeah.
recovery,
2010.
and we had already put maybe 150, 200,000, which sounded like a lot back then. And it was for the county because we had nothing. And I kept saying, maybe these grants, we could just tear it down with the money we've already invested. And I'm like, you might as well stop now before you do more. I mean, we're realizing, and really for years, the odor and the smell up there, you couldn't, remember?
Yeah.
You get headaches, you get sick, especially in the room with the columns.
All right.
It's like ingrained into that concrete. It's just,
So are we done with this agenda item for now?
Yes,
I guess we will.
Okay. Let's move on to the next. Agenda.
Thank you.
Is Commissioners.
You do a lot of work, Paul. Thank
Agenda.
you.
Do we have a motion?
For the
For the consent agenda?
consent, yes. Mr. Chair, I move to approve the Commissioner's consent agenda, items 8A through, 10A through 10J as listed on the June 10, 2026 meeting agenda.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion, the second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Approval of the meeting minutes, May 27th. Do I have a motion?
Go ahead, Ron. I have it.
Yeah.
I move to approve the May 27th, 2026 regular meeting minutes as drafted.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion, a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Commissioner reports. Commissioner Bergstrom, do you have a?
I
report?
don't have anything right now to report.
Okay.
Were you at
Ryan.
did you attend the Shine?
Oh, yes, I did. as a matter of fact.
Okay, you did. And
Yeah,
that was,
then the administrator was there too, and that went very well. A great deal of praise. We gave out some awards. Each one of the members who either volunteers or staff received recognition. I got a little computer bag. That was nice.
oh, how
Put to good
nice.
use.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, all in all, it was a
A lovely,
lovely project, but it reinforces our idea that this is a very valuable, very well-known county program.
It
worth
is indeed.
continuing, and I pledged on behalf of the board that we would do whatever we could to see that
Absolutely.
it does continue, so.
There you go. So we're on the hook for keeping it going.
Yes, right, and,
All right.
you know, rightfully so.
How about Commissioner Lyons? Any reports?
I was at a bridge update yesterday. I went to that, which I found fascinating in many ways, and we were introduced to
Interim Secretary.
Interim
Bill
Secretary Bill Eng, and I was very impressed.
Who works 24/7.
Yeah, you can
He's in
just,
charge of the MBTA.
yeah, I mean, this guy, you
How's
know,
that
he's
for
pretty
job?
good. He's a very good communicator and he has
Yeah.
vision and experience behind it. So I was happy to hear that. And
So you were there, Michael was there, I attended,
yeah,
and I think we all did some networking and
yeah,
while we were
and
there.
learned some things
Yeah.
that we're following up on. And I also went to the wrong place in the first place, and I went to the Human Rights Academy, which they were, and I look forward to it. And I regretted that I didn't, I couldn't. I said, you know, unfortunately, I'm in the wrong place. So you're all excited to see me. So I will try to make that meeting in the future. It was really sad on my part.
keep yearning for more.
Yes, well, it got me yearning for more because they really worked. It was a
Yeah.
good, you could see this was a good discussion. They were putting
Yeah.
together their academy for the
Mhm.
upcoming year. So I look forward to hearing more about that because that is also, you know, the Human Rights Commission goes back. I was part of that whole
Mhm.
effort when people didn't want it because it was going to cost money. And it really was the volunteers that and we had
Mhm.
amazing ones back then.
Right.
Tom Ryan is the one person I think is still around from those days, but they do great work, more unfortunately needed more now than before. And the rest of my burden is just from the town of Wellfleet, so not worth sharing.
Good.
Thank you.
For me, quick update. I wanted to just call attention to my fellow commissioners that the State Housing Appeals Board has basically shot down Martha's Vineyard Commission's alleged authority
Yeah,
to take action on 40B projects.
right.
As you know, it's come up with us.
Yeah.
There have been some in the community that have suggested that on Cape Cod, the Cape Cod Commission either has or should seek
Mhm.
authority to review 40B proposals under the Cape Cod Commission Act. Yeah, and the Vineyard Commission for years has asserted authority to review 40B projects, not as a local board, but using the commission's own authority and own regulations, and that's been shut down.
This is the court decision.
It's going to be appealed. It'll end up in courts, but the State Housing Appeals Court itself, it's a sort of the housing appeals court that review these housing disputes.
Well,
They've ruled in favor of the developer.
yeah, well, the administration, right now, the current administration in Massachusetts is very pro-housing, so it's not surprising that you know, their opinion went along with the developers on a 40B, but
But I think when this conversation came up in Harwich, because I think there was a group of people that were being told they're upset about the Pine Oaks Village 4 project, and people were being told that somehow the Cape Cod Commission, in fact, I think it was the select board that was telling local residents that they should ask the county commissioners to get the Cape Cod Commission to review it under some authority of their own. And we explained to the Harwich Select Board that that's not our understanding of the law. And so there became some conversation about the county pursuing on Beacon Hill, getting the legislative authority to have the Cape Cod Commission to have the power to review 40B housing projects under their own purview. And clearly to do that would be an uphill battle. But as you can see, even the Martha's Vineyard Commission, which was cited as the example, their authority has been shut down, at least in this venue. And I
It
doubt
looks like they're
that,
going to try to appeal it.
yeah. And I think that's going to be a bit of a challenge. So just an FYI on that scope.
No, this is,
So that's my only
it's
big report.
disappointing. I mean, I'm disappointed that we have a legislature now just changing rules because of their heart's desire.
Okay,
Um,
so, can we go over our next meeting and our next agenda? I saw in an email that we may have a problem being in Bourne on the 24th, so we may have to revisit the venue on that, so we'll come back to that later, but can we at least talk about some of the things that we were at least initially thinking about for that agenda, or do we have much to report?
I think we had tentatively planned a update on the composting facility, proposed composting facility for Joint Base Cape Cod that the four Upper Cape towns would be participating in. So that was a big part of what we were looking to do.
We're also going to discuss the property sale update with the town of Bourne. So we can schedule that as well as the 620B prevention.
So one of the questions we were asked is, would we be okay in changing the date? Now, did they come back with any proposed dates?
No, I haven't communicated with them. So after the meeting.
Are the commissioners open to talking about another alternate date on that
Yeah.
week?
Well, we have to know what their objections are to the original bid.
I think the objections are they're not going to be there.
Oh, that's a good objection.
The town administrator will be on vacation and some of the
That's not
select
their
board
regular,
members.
regularly scheduled meeting.
No, in these meetings that we're setting up, we're trying to set them up so that they're convenient for some of the select board members and the administrators. But in this case, the administrator is gone. Will she be out the entire week?
I'll review that with her,
Yeah.
but she just said she'd be on vacation that day.
That day?
She's out that week on vacation, I assume.
We don't know.
But we don't know.
So if they could come back with a couple of dates that we could sort of work on, that would be great. And so the agenda is in flux.
Mm-hmm.
It was originally designed to be very Bourne centric, but since Bourne at the moment is in doubt, I'm not sure we're going to do much work until we can get this settled. Is that a fair way to characterize?
I think that's a fair way. Yep.
Is there any other upcoming business?
Yeah, Mark, just one little minor point is, we made a couple of appointments, one regular member and one alternate to the Health and Human Services Advisory Council. And, these are volunteers for the county, and oftentimes they might think that their work is being overlooked. So at some point, I would like to have them come in, express our appreciation, have them explain exactly what they've been doing, and if we can do anything to make their life a little easier. So.
Sounds good to me. If you have any particular agenda topics to go over with them, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, put that on the list.
Mhm. Yep.
On the list of future meeting agenda items. Robin? Any other upcoming business we should talk about?
Not that I'm.
Okay, Robin, you have enough guidance for us in terms of how to proceed on Bourne, right?
I do, would the commissioners be open to changing the day of a different day of the week?
For Bourne, yeah, if there's
Bourne.
another day in the week, let's take a look.
Yeah, so if the administrator's on vacation, he's probably on vacation the whole week, right?
Sure.
Pardon me.
Right, but the assistant or the select board might be available, but could we swap a different town perhaps, if you want to reach out to?
Well, let's make sure that with Bourne, we've exhausted the options. All right, and then if that doesn't work, yeah, then we
That
have no
was gonna
choice
be
but to
on
go
the
someplace else.
24th?
24th, yeah.
Yeah. No,
That's
I
the
could do
current
the
day.
25th and I could do the morning of the 23rd. I can't do the afternoon of the 23rd. I could even do Monday if they want to do it then. But I could do it Monday, the morning of Tuesday, and
Monday, the 22nd, are you saying?
yeah, and anytime on the 25th. That week. Always going the next week.
Yeah, my schedule at the moment is very flexible that week and the
Yeah.
following week,
Me
all right?
too. I have a.
So at least try to get a couple of dates that they would say, they could say would work for us, for them.
Yeah, I'd be just interested in seeing
Okay.
what's going on, how they're handling all this.
Yeah,
And the following week is the week of the July
gonna be
4th holiday.
You know, they were talking
understood.
about the noise, the pounding. That is going to be a nightmare. Once they
Pounding of
start
what?
that the bridge pounding of getting those,
It's not gonna be the noise, it's gonna be the earth shaking.
the earth shaking and the noise. I'm telling you, just doing the Chequasit Neck, that little gut bridge
Yeah.
that we had. Oh my God, the noise, you could hear it.
I know. Okay, we're
Reverberate.
approaching 2:00.
Yes,
Let's get to the county administrator's report.
I have, in the interest of time, I don't have much of any pressing items.
What I would like to pitch on behalf of the board, we received an email from a woman named Sandy Jones Fitzgerald regarding ARPA funding and how some dollars were spent. I'd like you, on behalf of the board, to take a look at that complaint and some of the questions that are being raised in it, and
share a lot of details. in
do some appropriate due diligence on that.
I would happy to. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I discussed this with Mike briefly before the meeting, and, I don't want to set a precedent that the individuals with the bone to pick can all of a sudden obligate the staff or the administrator to do a lot of unnecessary work. If they want to file a Freedom of Information Act, they can do that and specify exactly what they want. If they want to get engaged in a debate with us or the administrator, that's another thing entirely. So I'm sure Mike will use his discretion in responding and be very discreet.
You know what? I hate to disagree, but we're public officials. We should be held accountable. If people have questions for us, I'm happy to answer them or have them investigated. And that's what public statements are for, public comments are for. People should come in and engage in us in any kind of inquiry. And I have no problem providing a response. I understand what you're saying, but I feel very strongly that it comes with the job. So, anything else to come before the board? Then I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
At 2:02 p.m. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, it carries unanimously.
Thank you to
Thank you.
everyone.
Robin, thank you for all your.